Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Virtual Pool 4 Online. It is afternoon. It's just 5:27. We're about 3 minutes away from I think this will be the second match that we've covered in the Black Ball World Championship here in VP4. It's a match between Silvia from Germany and kristjan1972 from Estonia, I believe. Good afternoon to LS3. So it's Friday night, and we've got Friday night 9-ball coming up later. Last time I checked, there was 6 in it. Let's have a quick look. Well, that's beginning to fill up. We've got what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Well, Silvia obviously fancies getting in that because she's already signed up. And there's 7 spots left. So I don't know how these guys are going to play, but one thing I think I've noticed is that people are going to be overhitting shots quite a bit in this table. You've got to be a lot more delicate. That's what I've found. I did a little bit of practicing just to have a look at the table because I've never really played on it much. And you must have a much gentler touch on your shots. Tam last night, he never plays in that table, and he was hitting shots way too heavy. You've got to have a much more gentler control of the cue ball. And bear in mind you're using a snooker cue as well compared to the pool cue, but the balls are lighter, the cue ball's certainly lighter, and you need to find your touch a lot better on this little table. Your pots have got to be accurate. In fact, if you just hit that jaw in the middle pocket, it won't go in. You've got to get it nice and flush. Good afternoon to Christian. Well, you're about a minute away from your match, so I'd get focused. So the idea is we're going to do this match, and then depending on what comes along, we should have Friday night 9-ball after this match. It's a race to 13. There's another few matches that are actually on the bracket that have been arranged, but I don't think there's any for tonight other than this match. I think, let's have a quick look. I think the other ones are for Sunday, so this is April the 1st. The room is up. We'll go in a little second. They'll be lagging off. We've got a match tomorrow night at 7 PM between LS3 and Semi Pro, and then there's one on Sunday night between Cheeky Chico and Quagmire. So tomorrow night at 7 PM and Sunday night at 8 PM. There's Zangetsu, who was way too good for Tam, 13 racks to 2. And Stubb is going to be playing his match with Ice Age, and that's going to be at 2 AM in the morning, so Stubb can go on with that himself. I'll be long gone by then. I'll be in bed. In fact, I'll be up in 2 hours after it starts. And there's another match also in the early morning. I think Glenn O'Brien's in Australia, isn't he? And he's going to be playing Little Wolf at 6 AM. Is that the 3rd? I can't even read that. I'm right in front of it. I think it says the 3rd. Anyway, that is everything on the bracket so far. We'll now head in. And we're in the first rack. Well, Christian obviously was in first because he's left with a couple of reds on the table. Silvia with the table at her mercy. You see, that's going to the jaw. As soon as you hit those jaws, it won't drop in. And Christian, well, he's had a blast at that. That makes scratch. So now Silvia's got 2 shots. Or a second shot, a free shot if you want to call it. I still call it 2 shots when I used to play 8-ball pub many moons ago. So the awkward ball would be that ball in the right side rail. She wants to take care of that. Well, that's ruined her chances to run out because she's run into the rail and put the yellow dead. Well, I think she'd have been better to get rid of that red in the right rail first, because that's the troublesome one. And that's 2 shots gone. And Christian's got no shot at all. But of course, Silvia now can't do anything with that yellow ball stuck behind the red, so I'm going to have to get it. Now, I think Christian is obviously taking a risk there to free up his red. That wasn't the right shot, I don't think. I think he should have played his other one and let Silvia move those 2 balls. But now she's got 2 shots again. And she should be cutting that yellow down the rail to get rid of it. I don't like that yellow ball sitting there on the right hand side. That's just in a troublesome spot. If you don't get really good on it, they're not easy to cut down the rails. Well, she might regret this again. Got to get rid of it. In fact, if she gets rid of it, she could take that other yellow next to the red at the top of the table there. And now she's going to have to, well, again, she could pot that yellow, go forward, and then if she can get tight to the rail, get rid of that yellow. She's still not going for it. And now it needs a good shot to get on it. And that is what I'm saying. That's the problem. She's left the yellow to last. The one in the side rail. Don't say the commentator isn't right. She's left us really tough. And that's the first ball she should have got rid of. And now she's scratched. So now Christian has a golden opportunity to get this rack over and done with. And again, still has a free shot. And as I was told last night and reminded that your free shot, you can still pot a ball in the kitchen in this game. And just needs to come back off that red. Well, running forward's a bit risky. I wouldn't have done that, but this should be the first rack. And Silvia's only got herself to blame. She had it under control there, having 2 shots earlier on, and then never get rid of that yellow in the right side rail. Left it till last and couldn't get good on it. You know, if you're going to leave a troublesome ball in a position when you had the chance to get rid of it, then if you leave it to the last ball, then you have to make sure you're going to get damn well good on it. And she failed, and got what she deserved in that first rack, I'm afraid. So now we have an open table. And Christian can play the combo along the rail, I think, if that red goes past. No, it doesn't. And in actual fact, he's not really got a shot. I don't know whether he can, even if he cuts that top red, whether it'll hold enough to knock that yellow in. I think that's just cutting to the rail and it'll come. See, this ball is right deep in the pocket. Look at how deep in the pocket that is. And it's very easy to get around the jaws when you're trying to hit one of them. So again, still an open table. 2 yellows over pockets. And the red is blocking the pocket for the yellow at the bottom left hand side. So the yellow balls are good to run out, but there's one troublesome ball. Good afternoon stroke evening to Potman. No, I've got it in 30. I think I've got it in 30 for streaming purposes. I like to have it tight for streaming. The field of view doesn't go in 60. What are you talking about? It only goes to 40. What the hell are you talking about 60? So Silvia still again with a problem ball. Good afternoon to semi-pro, and now Silvia's dead in the water again. And this is a problem with this table for everybody who doesn't play on it. It doesn't matter how well you pot balls, you've got to learn how to move the ball in this table. But the rules are still the same. You've still got to be able to choose the right pattern to get out. And Silvia has failed in the first rack. And Christian's got a great opportunity now to do some damage here. What goes to 100? What the hell are you talking about? And why? I mean, if we're talking about VP4, it only goes to 30 and 60 in the camera settings. I don't know what you're talking about, Stubb. Well, that's not really. And again, Silvia's doing the wrong thing here. She's looking to take that ball that was over the pocket there. She'd be better off cutting this and leaving that yellow sitting there for the time being, I would think. Because Christian needs to get good on one of those reds to not only pot it but follow it in. Field of view goes to 100 now. I don't know what he's talking about. Right, where am I supposed to be looking at this? In the cameras? It only goes to 30 and 40. Oh, you're havering, Stubb. You're gibbering away there. Well, Silvia's opened that pocket up because she's got rid of her yellow, I notice. And of course now the 8 ball is sort of dead in the water if you don't get down the right hand side. Unless you leave, in fact I don't even think that banks because that other red's blocking it up to the top left hand corner. And I don't think it banks up to the top right hand corner either. She was trying to get in the bottom side there but hit the knuckle in the middle pocket, and now Christian's the favourite here. He'll be able to tie Silvia up, looking to get 2 shots or a free shot anyway. You have to keep going right manually. Well, I was never aware of that, Stubb. Settings, camera speed. Oh, I never knew that. No, it goes to 90. Oh, that's brilliant. That gives you a good view of the room, doesn't it? And look at the table, it looks like a bowling alley. Oh, I remember this. What was I getting mixed up with? Yeah, put it to 90. Look at the length of the table. What happens if I put it to 60, Stub? 60, it looks great. He says let's have a look at this. It'll still look like a bloody bowling alley. Yeah, it looks a bit long. Does that look like 7 foot to you? I like it at 90 because it gives you a big view of the room. Yeah, that still looks long. There's another lamp encroaching in the field of view. Yeah, I don't like that. Camera, I'll go back to 30. Put it to default and then down to 30, which is far better for streaming. So anyway, it's 2-0 to Christian. Silvia at the table with 2 problem balls. Good afternoon to Chico, or good evening. We're sort of in that intermediate time between 5 and 6 o'clock where we don't know whether it's afternoon or evening yet. Well, Silvia's got the break on the 2 yellows, which is a good move. But how good is she going to be at trying to pick these off? Now, I think she's the wrong side of this yellow. She could try and come around the corner. It's a really tight spot to be able to cut that yellow into the opposite centre pocket. And she's got traffic in the way as well if she's going to try and do that. But I don't think she's got many other options. The yellow doesn't pass the other red. So now Silvia's in trouble again. She ran into traffic. She's going to have to try and get really lucky here. Yeah, 60 looks far too long. But that's a good shot. And that's what you have to do as well. You have to bide your time, look for a good safety, and she could benefit from that in a big way and get her first rack in the board. At least she should be, now that she's got 2 shots, and I think she's got the choice of taking the table in position or taking the cue ball into the bulk end of the table. Now, for all of our American viewers, the bulk end of the table is the kitchen end. Anything behind that line, that's bulk in a snooker table and also on a UK pub table. So Silvia now, well, she just really needs to make sure she comes into the table off this yellow. Well, I'll be doing anything that's on at this time of night. I'll be doing. But I certainly won't be doing. Stubs. But if you're going to do stubs, you're going to have to give me the link when I get home from work tomorrow. I finish I've got an early shift tomorrow. I finish about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I want to watch that when I get home. I'll be doing that one on Sunday as well. So, Silvia's got herself off the mark, but a scratch on the break has given Christian 2 shots. So now he's got control of the bottom right hand corner of the table. But it is still an open table though, now that I've just realised that. Yep, still open table. So now Silvia's committed to the yellows. And she's got another immediate problem. That yellow in the left hand side rail there, that's tight. And yeah, you don't want to be cutting that from the middle of the table. You've got to nail those really, really flush on this table or they don't go in. So that's going to be the stumbling block for Silvia in this rack. Because those balls there, that there is ugly where that's sitting. Let's have a quick look at that. Oh yeah, that's well, you might as well say it's nailed to the rail. I think that's as close as you can get to a rail in VP. So that is really ugly. Now, this is a problem. And now, she can get the angle there as long as she misses that red. Well, she's taking this at distance here for a cut. I think she'd have been better to try and get up to the corner of the table here rather than this. But yeah, that's the problem. You touch any of those rails. So now Christian has again himself one problem ball that he's got to take care of. Now he could try drawing up the table to get to it, or he could try running and stunning up, but the problem is he can only get it in one pocket, obviously. Well, that's probably sold the rack there. You must make it your priority in this game to really get on that problem ball early, because you know you've got to be really accurate with your position to get on some of these awkward balls, and if you don't do it, you end up probably shooting yourself in the foot. And above all, when you have an awkward ball, you must make sure you pot it, because you're pretty much giving up the table if you don't. So we're now all square, 2 racks all, and a couple of balls in the break. It doesn't matter how many balls go in the break and whether they're yellows or reds, it's still an open table until you commit yourself to that next shot. Well, that's a good shot by Christian. That was excellent. I don't know whether you can see enough of that one. Now that's he's just let that get away there, but it's still okay. Problem now though is that red. Well, that wasn't a great shot though. That's what I'm saying about having a gentle touch. It's a test of a real test of the control of the pace and the cue ball in this game. But at least he's created a problem for Silvia. That's a sort of emergency backup plan, locking the yellow onto the red at the top of the table. But it could also lead to trouble for Kristjan as well, because Silvia could get down and dirty here and lock him up like that. And that's why you have to be wise to the strategy side of this game as well. Well, that'll still be 2 shots, because you've got to drive a ball to a rail in this game. So now Silvia has the first free shot, and she was looking to play the combo there just to open up her red ball, get rid of that yellow. And now again the table is at her mercy. Now she has to pot this red. Yeah, aye, but that wasn't a snooker though, was it? It was just ball in hand. No, it comes up on the screen and tells you that you don't have to hit a rail from a snooker. But this shot here, she needs to. She's got the right angle on the red to avoid hitting the yellow. Well, now she's gone and got herself in trouble. Trying to sneak over. Well, I thought she was maybe trying to sneak over behind the black ball there, but she's left it wide open, trying to cut that red into the side. And that little nudge will help Kristjan pinch this 5th rack. Well, you've got to, let's be honest, you've got to make a lot more with ball in hand, behind, with 2 shots, I should say, than what Silvia has done. She's had 2 racks where she's not really made good use of the free shot. Let's be honest. You've got to play a bit wiser than this, Silvia, because that's 2 racks that's gone away that should have been yours had you used that free shot a lot better. The first problem was leaving that yellow ball on the right hand side. It was a problem right from the start of the visit, and she never touched it and left it till the last shot, and that's why she lost that first rack. And then that one there, she went all out for the cut into the side when she could have played a half decent safety and just bided her time. So you've got to use the strategy a bit better. And of course, the problem comes up on a regular basis in this game where you get balls all mixed up with one another and they're awkward to get to. If you look at those 3 yellow balls of Silvia's down in the bottom rail here, that's a real problem, because they're all guarded by all the reds. So this table, although it's not great for Kristjan, at least he's got the opportunity of making it a lot better if he can get a little nudge here or there. I think he's a bit straight in this red to be able to do anything, but he can certainly drop behind the 2 of them or take that one into the side. But what Kristjan doesn't want to be doing again is potting his red and running into those yellows. Now this needs a deft little stun. There's a nice little angle and it's just a little stun. You see, he's not played the shot there. Now, again, that's a technique problem, because had he played the right shot there, he would have been above that red this side to take it into that corner, and now he's made a complete hash of it. And again, that's just not executing the right shot at the right time there. It just needed a nice little stun, and he would have been in good. He would have been running out there had he used a little stun shot. And that's what I'm talking about, having a little touch, being able to play those little deft stun shots, a little soft screw shot. These are the type of techniques that you have to perfect in this game to get a much more accurate positional play. If you can do that, you can manoeuvre yourself around this table and run racks, no problem, as long as the balls are in the open there for the taking. But if you can't execute the right technique on the right shot to get you good, then you're always going to struggle. Good evening to Bankster. Now this is a toughie, because there's an awkward yellow to get on and there's a red just blocking it. There's plenty of room to get on that yellow, and I don't know whether she can get it now. Oh, I don't think she can. Well, it got to the rail and it's left awkward for Christian. Well, Silvia now odds-on favourite to tie the match. And it might take, a good 2 or 3 racks for these players to settle down. But if I'm going to be critical of Christian, that shot that he had there, he should have had that rack won, because it was an easy little stun shot, a little soft sort of screwy stun to pot the ball that was there, and then just stun the cue ball up to about here to take his other balls into that corner. And that's how he lost the rack at the end of the day. And those are shots that you'll see the more skilled players in this tournament, as you would do in every tournament, you'll see them execute shots like that, no problem. It's just second nature, because you're an automatic pilot when you're trying to run out. All the shots fall into place in general. You know what you're doing. So for some players, it's going to be a technique issue in being able to execute certain little delicate shots to keep close control of the cue ball. So Christian at the table, and no shot. Well, obviously Silvia's got a red either into the side, which might be a little bit hampered. There's a red up the table, or into this corner anyway, so the main problem is that red that's behind the 8, because there's just enough room for it to squeeze past that yellow. And she wants to be trying to find a way to get into that gap. Well, she's missed the red in the side, so table's now wide open for Christian. The only problem is that he hasn't got good in that yellow. Now, in a situation like this, even the guys that haven't played this game will find a way to run this table no problem, because they will just adapt to the situation. Welcome back, Semi. Now, Silvia's looking around, but she's got a problem with that red right in the middle of the table at the bottom of the screen, with the yellow to the right of it. And she's now in no man's land. And the only thing that she has to be careful of here is what she leaves, because it's obvious that the 8 ball doesn't get into this bottom left hand corner, but it does go into the top left hand corner, and that yellow ball that's at the bottom left hand corner pocket here is a good ball to get on the 8. Well, sooner or later Silvia's going to have to commit herself to get on that red behind the 8 ball, unless she intends to do the same thing and try and leave the 8 ball up the table, but that's really no good considering where that other red is. It's up the table. Now, she's played a nice little billiard there. Now that needs to keep running past the 8, and it hasn't. That's a clever little shot. It's gone all out for the bank. So once again, the table has been sacrificed to Kristjan, and he should be out. There's absolutely no excuse. All these balls are adjacent. The 8 ball is very close, so he doesn't need to do anything. Now, let's have a look at this shot. Now, if you go around the corner, it's got to be tight and come out. Yeah, you've got to hit it. But he's left this up table. That's a good shot. Well played. Back into the lead. And a scratch again. Now, once again, this is a 2-shot situation. The table is open, and Kristjan has got nothing that is a problem in this setup here. What you've got to do is again, like you should do in every game, have an idea of where you're going. Now, you see that cue ball shouldn't have been hitting the red for a start. You've got to be playing things a lot cleaner than this. You see, again, this is in no man's land. You've got to be a bit more careful, instead of just letting this cue ball run. Because now there is a billiard on here off the other yellow, and that was well done. So that's the second little billiard we've seen in as many racks. Now, that yellow is way too tight, but it does go. Well, I think I'd be taking that one that he's looking at there and just coming off the rail and out. Well, he's trying to get in behind it. And again, a gentle little roll, or a little kill shot. But don't let this cue ball leak away. And that is well done. And I think this is our first. Oh dear. Well, you see what I said about these middle pockets. If you don't hit that dead on line and it hits one of the jaws, it's staying out. And that's a good chance gone there for Kristjan. And now Silvia has got to administer the punishment. So it's a wee bit careless from Kristjan. It's costing him. And will it cost him the lead? Because he should have been 2 racks up there. No doubt about that. Well, that's a little problem ball in that top left-hand corner. Again, it's tight to the rail. Well, now would be as good a time as any to take it and get out into the table. But it's tight and it's tough. And this should be a fairly straightforward roll in. So now Kristjan does have the 2 rack lead. And Silvia's blown a few opportunities in this match already. There's probably 3 racks that have gone Kristjan's side that should have been Silvia's, in all fairness. Now Silvia committed to the yellows, and they all go, because that yellow goes in the gap, the yellow goes down the rail, and there's only 1 yellow up the table, and the 8 ball goes. So once again, this is a table you simply have to be running. And again, it's hit the jaw and it stays out. The pots have got to be accurate. There is no forgiveness when you hit those jaws. I mean, if you hit the corner pocket jaws, you've got to be hitting them at such a slow pace and they will go in. But if you hit them any harder and they hit the jaws, they just stay out and more than likely stay over the pocket. Well, now the 8 ball still goes. It doesn't go now though. Again, not a great shot by Silvia, at least I don't think it goes. Because, yeah, it's blocked off, I think. So she shouldn't have been running into that 8 ball there. But at least, in fact, it's a touching ball, I've realised. Just noticed in the HUD, it's touching the 8 ball. Well, it's not a difficult hit to hit one of the reds. It's a question of getting a ball to a rail. Silvia now has got ball in hand in the kitchen, and all her yellow balls have got a pocket to go into. So it's another situation where Silvia has got a rack at her mercy, and all she has to do is just plot her way through this setup here, and she should have 1 rack back to her name here. Now, is she going to try and draw back? If she does, she might well run into that 8 ball. Well, the angle was good, so she could just nudge into the red, so that'll do nicely. So just a kill shot. Stone dead with the cue ball and run the yellow in, but you see she's hit that too hard. And that's what I mean about accuracy. You cannot expect to cheat the rails in this table. You've got to get them dead on line. But Silvia at the moment is still favourite. But Christian's left her a gap. I don't know. I don't think she can pot the yellow, but she can certainly hit it. I think the middle pocket's actually in the way for trying to come off the rail and just cutting that one in. It looks a very tight angle. The point of that pocket's in the line, I think. Yeah. I don't know what Silvia thought she was going to get out of that, considering she was aiming directly at the middle pocket knuckle there. But she's left a problem for Christian, who can easily deal with it with the first free shot. Again, the pace. The pace is catching you out. That's a better touch. A good line on the 8 ball to get back within one. Well, this match has been going for 45 minutes. We're into rack number 10. And these balls are broken very nicely indeed. I would fancy running out here. I would fancy this very well indeed. And I'd be taking the yellows. I wouldn't be fancying it now, because that's finished really ugly. I mean, there's a dodgy cut in this yellow here. But when those balls are all lying wide open, there wasn't one locked up with anything. You'll see a lot of guys running a table like this, no problem. Well, that's just helped Silvia there by nudging that red ball. Well, that was a bit of a disaster. I think it was just trying to clip that, well, her own ball, and she's nudged the 8 ball in. So that's now given Christian a 2-rack lead again. So he's committed to the reds and trying to just nudge this down and get it in control of the pocket. Of course, the thing about this game, the strategy in this game is you can obviously try and block a pocket with your own ball, but if you foul or you scratch, you're given those 2 shots away, and that easily allows your opponent to get rid of that blocking ball. Now Silvia there has nudged her yellow onto the red to get rid of the red ball. She sacrificed 2 shots. Christian's decided to play the ball in place. Now he's going to try and do the same, try and block the pocket again. He hasn't managed to do it. Well, Silvia should probably try and go over to the right rail of this first yellow, if she can, and get rid of her problem ball, that one that's in that right hand corner. She needs to be taking care of that. No point in leaving that to the last ball, because it doesn't guarantee that you're going to get good on the 8 ball. Oh, where's the cue ball going here? Oh, it's right in the point. Well, now she might be forced into taking it if she can see it. Let's have a look. And I don't think she can see it. It's actually snookered on that yellow. Now, obviously now, Silvia being at the table has got the one major problem that's going to stop her from winning this rack, and that's the fact that she's got one ball that's locked up and get no opportunity to get onto this and have a nudge and bring it out into the open. Now, she could just roll through in this one ball, I think, push the one past the 8 and try and lock the cue ball onto the 8 ball. I think she could at least leave it really awkward for Kristjan. Well, she hasn't gone through though. And in the end it was a poor shot because she left the red open. That cue ball should have been nailed to the 8 ball there. That's what I'm saying about technique with these shots. You've got to have had a bit of practice on the table to find the way to shot. And now Kristjan's got trouble. That now makes Silvia the favourite. Well, that's made it again a problem for Silvia, because that yellow is not nailed to the rail, but you've got to really get right down on this and get good on it. And of course the other thing is the cue ball's got to be travelling a fair bit as well. Well, if you were going to pot this and stun it up the table, you've got to hit it with pace and accuracy. But Silvia doing the wise thing and trying to snooker Kristjan. Well, I don't think she can get the potting angle. Kristjan can get the potting angle, but you can certainly bend this around the 8 ball slightly. Or you could try and do that and kick it in. Well, Kristjan's chances of winning this rack all hinge on this red ball following the yellow in, and it's not a great angle, I don't think, to be doing that. Well, I know I'd be taking that yellow over the corner pocket right now, the one that's up table, because you don't want to be trying to pot that and get onto the 8 ball from it. Oh dear, and you can't be missing them. Well, now Kristjan, although it's not easy, has got a chance to pinch this rack when he shouldn't have had it. Well, now, what do you do in this situation? You know what I'm going to do, Semi, just to annoy you? I know what I'm going to do. Well, Christian's got himself a 3-rack lead now. Where's that other one? I don't think that's a bad colour because that's quite a good contrast with the reds and yellows against the purple background of the cloth. I quite like that. And also it blends in better with the creamy colour of the table. Good evening to Chimpy. So Silvia has got work to do if she gets a chance, but certainly that 3-rack lead, 3 of those racks should all have been Silvia's. I've got no doubt about it. She's blown a fair few chances here. Now again, if she can get this first red ball, she should be out. I mean, again, with all these balls in the open, there is nothing obscuring anything. You've just got to plot your way out. And this definitely should be a rack back in the board here. And this is a delicate little cut into the corner and a round and out to be able to see that red over the left hand side pocket. And then when you pot this red here, you've got to be on that red there to be able to come down and around and out for that red into the side or up table. So you've got to get the right angle. Now she's got the right angle. Let's see if she can get the right shot here. What's she trying to do? Check this up. Well, she's found a gap, and that will do. Because the danger with trying to find a gap there is running into one of those yellows and blocking yourself off. But she's in good shape, and that was a simply must run out there for Silvia. It would have been a big fail if she never get that done. So back to within 2. It's not light grey stub, it's dark grey. I'll go with the majority of what people like. I think we've tried them all. I don't like the red in the background with the red balls. I don't like the red cloth for that reason. I like something that's a good contrast. I mean, this is a good contrast as well, even though it's an ugly colour. Now that's a legal shot, because Silvia potted her own ball first, drew onto the other yellow, potted it. Now you see that's not the default green. Look at that green there, right? This is what I've noticed about this game. Now let's go to the default colour of green. You see how it's brighter? You see how it's a brighter green? If I go to green, I like this softer green. Like that. I'll stick with that. Welcome to Cobra. Now that 8 ball and the cue ball is going to scratch. Well, I'm going to say it again here. Christian has got ball in hand in the D. He's got one problem ball down the rail. And he's got everything on. And I think he can roll through. No, he can't roll through. So he's got to play a good shot to get on that yellow. And I don't think he's paid any attention to it at all. Because that was poor. But that was a good bit of strategy. So he's made up for it with that shot. But he should have been out there. But Silvia can put Christian in a lot of trouble. This is the thing I was trying to point out to Steve. I've tried to do it before. That the default green and the green are two different colours. And he insists that they aren't. But they are. You can see that. Look at that. There's the green colour. And there's the default colour. Which is a much more vibrant green. I prefer the softer green, as a matter of fact. I like that a bit better. Well, Silvia obviously has the opportunity to get rid of that problem red and get it into play and leave it difficult for Christian, which she has done. But he can apply the pressure and try and cut this to a hole here. If he can do that, it forces... Well, he doesn't want to be doing that though, because that has just gifted the rack to Silvia. Back to within one. I don't know what have I not got that on? You can see the mark where the balls are. You know, where the rack sits on the table. There. You can see the scuff marks. And once again, this is a table where all the balls are on. You've just got to get onto them. Silvia's on the reds. And, well, she's immediately got the toughest ball on the table to take. And get position in the next shot. Because none of them go. That one cuts though. The one on the right hand side. And if she can, I don't know whether she can put a wee bit of spin on this and run into that red in the middle of the yellow in the middle of the table like that. Well, she's missed the pot, but she's got control of the corner. And that almost worked out there because she could get rid of that other red and took the other one up the table there had she got shape on it. And these guys are missing a lot of balls where they're running into those rails when they're trying to pot the ball. You've got to really get it clean. Again, they're playing they're playing pots down these rails here, trying to cheat pockets, and it's never going to happen. I don't think that was the best of shots either from Silvia. Well, that's almost put Kristjan on that problem yellow on the right hand side there. What's that under? Top HUD. I don't see any other option. Top HUD, green, background on, limited, blah 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 blah. I don't see any other options. Down, table and above, pivot English. Blah 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 blah. No, there's no anything else you can mess about with. Aye, what's that under Cobra? Felt detail, I don't see it. Am I just blind? That's key mapping, it's not going to be there, and it's not going to be under sound. It's not going to be under mouse. Aiming, field of view, graphics. Is it under miscellaneous? I don't see felt detail. Oh, I do. Right, aye, I've got it on. Aye, I've got it on. No, just back in time for seeing Silvia square the match. Good evening to Fausto Cap. Well, Silvia was 3 racks down. She's back in it. 8 balls in a really awkward spot. But that red ball that's up in the top rail, that's in a good place to be able to, if you can get good on it and try and run into those 3 balls and open up that last red ball. And Silvia's got the same problem. Yellow ball tied up with the 8 ball. Now, how good's that yellow? I'd be thumping that yellow in and trying to run down the table into the 8 and the red and yellow there, because I knew I was always going to be on another yellow. I would have tried to get into them off that angle that they had there. I would have smacked that into the middle, run the cue ball down off the bottom rail and back up there to try and hit those. But the danger is, if you got it wrong, you could run the 8 ball in. But sometimes you've got to take that risk to get the ball out. You don't get another opportunity. Well, she's tried this time. And now look what happens. She's locked up. And of course Silvia's limited in what she can do here. Well, it does cut. That's a good shot. That was excellent. Now this 8-ball, it does go down the rail. She's going to finish top side of the 8-ball over here and run it down past this red. Oh, she didn't want to do that though. Well, it still goes, but it's got to be flush. And watch the cue ball. Watch the cue ball. I think she's okay. And that was a good out. Good recovery shot. And suddenly Silvia has got herself in the lead. And we're halfway home. Dry break. And I think these red balls are not bad. There is one problem on the bottom right hand side. Well, Kristjan getting rid of the blocking red ball, and the yellow ball follows it in, so it's a legal shot. Well, that's not done any harm as far as causing an issue to get to those two yellows. It's left a problem though again for Kristjan to deal with that last red in the bottom right. So Silvia at the moment is favourite for this rack, because the more balls Kristjan keeps potting, the less opportunities he's got to put Silvia in trouble. So Silvia now is going to be in control of the table, so she's odds-on favourite to take a 2-rack lead here. And that left-hand side yellow is the first one she should be going for, because that keeps the pocket blocked. But she doesn't want to. She wants to stop the cue ball up the table. She missed a yellow, and that way Kristjan wouldn't be able to pot the red onto the yellow and let that red follow the yellow in. And then there's another issue. Depending on what she's going to leave as her last ball to get onto the 8-ball. Now, that might not be wise. She should have got rid of that yellow ball in bulk, I think, there. Because now she's going to have to travel to get on it. And that might work out not too bad. Just a follow through. She hasn't really got into it enough though. Needed to be a wee bit more to make it comfortable. That'll do. So now Kristjan is going to have work to do. Gentle little roll. Gives it all the opportunity to go in. And it's a 2-rack lead now. And it's a pretty ugly table. Now, while they're messing about here, let's have a quick look at Friday night 9-ball, see how it's going. It should be more or less full, I would think, because that's where we're going to be heading next after this match. Well, it's already full with 17 minutes to go. So we've got Bankster, Bedhead, Chimpy, Cobra. Oh, some big guns tonight. DJ Simon, Jez Dev, John Boo, Kristjan, LS3. In fact, Kristjan and Silvia are going to have to be quick, because they ain't going to be finished by 7 o'clock, I'll tell you that. but they may well be lucky enough to get the losers bracket. LS3, Semi-Pro, Sergeresh, Silvia, of course, Simanx, Spectre Dawn, Travelling TT, and VP Monster. And Larry hasn't made it tonight. He's left it too late. Now, has Larry arrived in the lobby? I can't get to the lobby tab. Well, if he's going to show up, he's going to find it's full up. And now that's a pity, because if Larry turns up, I think it'd be wise for one of these guys to withdraw from the tournament before 7 o'clock and let Larry in it if he wants in. Because there's no point in them holding a slot when they're not going to be able to play in it. Somebody maybe want to suggest that to one of them, because I'm not going to do it. But I think it'd be a wise move to do that. And that way it frees up a spot for somebody that's turned up late and wants to get in it. But they can't withdraw now. Oh shit, you're right enough, Larry. I forgot about that. Aye, I forgot. Well, that just shows you should have signed up last night. So Silvia on the reds, and Christian with work to do, because Silvia is in full control of this table at the moment. What, does it get lost in the post, Larry? When you say hunt it down, is it lying in a bloody loading bay somewhere halfway across the United States? You must have tracking. Is it due for delivery today? You must have a tracking app that you can go onto and it tells you where the guy's truck is. I know that's what we've got over here. If you're getting a parcel delivered, you can go onto the website, you can track where your parcel, you can actually track where the guy's truck is. The tracking stopped last Friday, what, a week ago? And now it's gone AWOL. Maybe it's one of these new mobile PCs, Larry, where it just travels all around the United States and you never get to see it. Oh, don't mention mice. I've been mentioning mice for 10 years with Larry, and Larry's never paid any heed or attention yet. And the day that he does get a half-decent cheap mouse, he'll win one of these. Are you serious? They're saying that it's probably lost? I mean, if this is a all bells and whistles PC, you're talking about, what, $2,000's worth? American money. Aye, well, it'll be insured anyway, Larry, so I wouldn't worry about it. You're just going to have to wait another 6 months or something before you get it. Anyway, back to the match. Silvia, 2-rack lead. And a free shot. Now, she's now got to be committed here, because those 3 yellows are now blocking her red ball. The 2 red balls. Now, I don't know why she didn't commit herself and get them smacked open, because it's not going to advance her any. by just, I mean, at the end of the day, she can clear up what's there and then just lock behind the two reds in this bottom left-hand corner. She can certainly do that. You know what I'm using tonight? I'm using a little Trust micro mouse. I've got two of them, obviously made in China, and it's a little dinky thing, and it cost me about what, £5. Goodness knows how many years ago, and it's still a brilliant little mouse. And it's great for little touch shots and stuff like that you need in this table. Well, Silvia's now finally committed herself, and now she's got another problem. 8 ball is really awkward. I mean, that's... let's be honest, you've got to be really good to just drop that into the side pocket. Well, there's a little combo set up there. That's worked out nice. Little nudge with the red onto the yellow, and it's a dead set combo. But how does she get onto this 8 ball? Now, if she can get the angle off the... If she's going to leave this... Can she see that red up top? Yes, she can. Well, if she takes this and leaves that up table, she would have wanted to be in the bottom side of this 8 ball. But it just needs to be hit flush. Cue ball's going to hit the knuckle and come away. And that's well done. So, Kristjan up against it now. Silvia's just 3 away with a 3-rack lead. Red ball in the break. And the red balls are actually sitting not too bad. There are 2 yellows locked in the rails, so I reckon it's going to be red balls here. Now that first red on the left hand side should be the one she'd be getting rid of, that one down the rail. I'd have got rid of that first one down the rail first, rather than leaving it there. Is she going to cut that one? That's tight. You just see how they run away. No forgiveness whatsoever. Well, Kristjan's under a bit of pressure now because he's got 2 problem balls stuck to rails. And the one in the left hand side doesn't have a pocket. So again, Silvia has become the favourite to stretch the lead here. Probably just looking to run this red over the pocket or in. And that will go in, no bother. And that's the sort of pace that you have to find just to help those balls along the rail. And they'll go in. Well, I'd still be cutting this red down here. I wouldn't be playing that red up there because the problem now is she's got to play a really good shot to get around for this 8 ball into the same pocket. And doesn't want to hook herself behind a yellow here if she can help it. And that pace looks good. Is it going to hold up? Because that's the ball that she could have hooked herself behind. But this will do nicely. Well, Silvia has found her feet. Took her a little while to get going, but she's now in a very strong position to go through to round 2. Although a dry break. Now remember as well, these are alternative breaks. I'll say that again, alternate break, these matches. Well, they all are anyway in this format. And the table has got an issue on the right hand side. Silvia on the yellows. Well, the way this is sitting at the moment, Kristjan's in not too bad a shape. If he gets a chance, which he will get the chance. But that 8 ball is not difficult to get to if you leave those last 2 reds down the bottom here. You can get onto that red up the table into the top left hand corner, so it would be wise to leave those 2 balls down here at the bottom. Now, again, with this red trying to come through the gap, well, he's stayed topside, which is actually ended up not too bad, but having missed a red, it's given Silvia the opportunity if she can try and deal with that yellow behind the black ball. And that's not bad as far as that goes. Now, how about smacking this into the top left-hand corner with bottom left-hand English to come back with the cue ball and spin it that way? I think that's what she tried. She tried it, didn't get the hit, didn't get the pot, but that was the one way you could have tried to get into those 2 balls there and bring them into play. Well, she's got, what, 5 minutes? Well, she's not. She's got 15 minutes, hasn't she? She's got 5 minutes to the tournament starts and 10 minutes to get in the room. So she's got a good chance here. That'll also help Kristjan as well, because he'll be able to get in it. Not that he'll be too happy that he's getting it, because he'll be out the first round of the tournament. Yes, I have muted myself. Well, I thought that red went past the yellow up in the top left-hand corner, and it doesn't. So now Silvia's got to stun this in and get a nudge here. And that's her dead in the water. And all of a sudden, this rack's turned on its head. Kristjan now is the favourite. But he's under pressure to execute a run out here. He's got the bonus of the free ball, or the free shot, and he's got to be out. But he has to be dealing with that yellow ball that he's on right now. That's the one he has to get rid of. And he's now got another problem, which is the yellow that's near the red in the top left-hand side. He has to get onto that somehow or other. And he's rushing here as well. He's playing a bit too quick, and he has been on all his visits. But what he's done there is he's nudged the yellow and locked the 8-ball up. So he's still got a chance here. Silvia just trying to. Well, I thought she'd have been better to try and get in behind her yellow ball there. Sorry, not her yellow ball, her red ball. She'd have been better to kick in behind that red and lock it to the rail and snooker Kristjan and hopefully then get herself 2 shots. But now Kristjan's in control. He can lock this up. She didn't play a deliberate foul there. She just rolled her red ball. Or did she? See, that's a shot she should have played earlier. Although softer than that. But it's now given Kristjan 2 shots again, and once again he needs to deal with a yellow ball on the left-hand side. Well, Semi will be able to answer that. If Semi's still awake. Ah, it would have been a frame loss. Right, I never noticed that. Well, this is a gift of a chance for Silvia to get onto the hill, but she needs to watch this if she's going to try and cut it, because this is an odds-on scratch. And she's avoided that. Just. Well, Silvia with a 12-8 lead. 1 away from round 2. Friday night 9-ball is now underway. Get the bracket up. Silvia has got Bankster. Cobra's got Kristjan. DJ Simon, John Boo, LS3 VP Monster. Chimpy's got Semi-Pro. Sergresh Bedhead. Simank Spectre Dawn. And Jezdev has got Travelling TT. Meanwhile, Silvia at the table on the yellows, problem yellow ball that she might try and draw into. No. She's not got the angle here, I don't think. Well, she has. She's managed to get a hit on it. That's well done. I didn't think she had the angle there. Well, it looks fairly straightforward. Does it? Where the hell are you in the bracket? Oh, so it does. Oh, that's weird. That's another bug. And Silvia managed to hook herself in the yellow. Well, last chance saloon here for Christian. I think he's gave up. That was a shot of a beaten man there. I think he wants to get into the tournament. What am I talking about? That was Silvia that played that. Things are happening that quick in this rack. I don't even know who's playing. That's gone wrong. And now it's up in the air as to whether Silvia can drag the pace off this cue ball and stay bottom side of the 8. Well, she's trying to get over to leave a cut. So this for the match. And in it goes. So Silvia, in the end, came on reasonably strong. Slow start, but managed to get into it and find her feet. And she is through fairly comfortably in the end by 13 racks to 8. So that is the match tonight in the tournament, in the black ball tournament. We've now got the matches up in Friday night 9 ball, and well, the match we're going to get and see is Chimpy and Semi-Pro. And I'll just change that cloth colour back to blue, if I can find it. So this is a scratch match, no handicap. Semi-Pro with a 1 rack lead. Oh, I know what I can do. Let me see. There we are. It's Friday night 9 ball, folks. Oh, cue ball. Could only do that when I'm on XSplit broadcaster. So ball in hand for Chimpy, should be 1 rack all. The problem shot is 5 to 6. Yeah, you were playing too quick, Christian. You got to slow it up a little bit. Well, this will be a good shot to get on this 6 ball. Well, he got the pace to get round for the 6, but when you play at that pace, you've got to really knock these in flush. Semi-Pro with the same problem. Nasty cut in the 5 ball. Cue ball's tracking a good line, but on the wrong side of the 6 ball. That's the problem with this shot. It's heading over to the left hand side unless he does something with the cue ball. Now he's went the other way and he scratched again. So second opportunity with ball in hand, and it most certainly should be 1 rack all. That's the reason Semi-Pro took that into the other pocket, because if he went to the natural pocket for that ball on the left-hand side, the cue ball's going to finish in the left-hand corner, the bottom side here, with no shot in the 6. Well, the only bit of advice I could give you there then is the fact that you've got a minute shot clock in this black ball tournament. A minute shot clock, plus you've got a 30-second extension in each rack, so you've got that little bit more time just to steady yourself. But as you say, if you think you play better playing quick, so one rack each. Outward starter, but the cue ball tracking nicely for the 2 ball into the left side. And again, in this situation, Chimpy should be out slightly the wrong side of the 2 ball, but a good line off the 3 to drop on to the left side right now. He doesn't want to be straight on the 5. Any angle will do, but anything but straight. Maybe a wee bit less angle than this as well. And that's all come about because he didn't get good on that 5 ball. Had to be shallower angle than that, and that's the rack pretty much gone. Well, a draw out into the table or a run around a couple of rails. Now, anybody that's still watching this can keep me up to date on what's happening with the Ronnie O'Sullivan match with Neil Robertson, because it's just about to start, I think. Well, that wasn't the best of shots by Semi-Pro. I think he could have played that a hell of a lot better. But the cut goes in, the cue ball stays in the table, and that's a rack that's got away there for Chimpy, because that should have been his. And look where the 9 ball is. Danger. 9 ball waiting to get knocked in. So Chimpy calls the push out, and not the best of push outs, it has to be said. But Semi-Pro's got no luck here. He's scratching all over the place. And it's a 2-9 combo. Well, it all worked out for Chimpy in the end, because the 9 ball was always going to be dangerous where it was sitting. And a gift for Chimpy to square the match. Now, that was what, the 1 ball went in, something else went in. It might have been the 1 and the 2. Yeah, it is. The 1 and the 2 is gone. Dodgy cut in the 3. There is a path for the cue ball, though, to get around and out for the 4. As long as he doesn't run into the 9. But even if he runs into the 9, he should still have a shot in the 4. Wasn't easy. Well, Semi-Pro will want to redeem himself here, get back level terms. Now he's going to have to play a good one here as well, because that 8 and 9 are awkward. He wants to get out into the table. So a draw or a stun and just dead weight roll, but he's going to have to kick it in, I think. Should be on the 6 into the side, no problem. Plenty of room to go up and down for the 7. And this is going to be a couple of rails around the corner on the right hand side, back down to the left for the 8 ball. We might have overcooked this a bit. He's overcooked it. He's in that dodgy angle. And now, is he fully committed to run around the table? Well, as long as he doesn't scratch again, this should be perfect. That'll do nicely. So level terms again. Rack number 7. And I think it's dry. And the 1 ball on into the side. Is that the 1 ball? Yes, it is. And a 5-9 combo if he wants it. I mean, he could leave a cut in the 5, but that 5-9 is really inviting to get down the bottom right hand corner. Let's see what he does. Get plenty of room to get down into that right hand corner, because you're always the danger's always risking the scratch to lie right down there on that 5. It's more than likely he's going to leave a cut like that. But if you're playing the 4 ball, you can get down to this side, but the danger, as I say, is scratching in the corner. But you can certainly leave yourself the combo onto the 9. And that'll change the setup. And he's now scratched off the 5, double kissing the 5. And, well, there's been a fair few scratches here. And Semi-Pro's been handed a gift. Because not only that, but Chimpy's brought the 5 right into play. Taking any doubt out of any combo in the 9. Well, this is going to have to travel. I think it's got there. That was well done. Pace was good. Nice angle. Back into the table. Now, it looks as if it's going to be the force follow. Oh no. Wait a minute here. I forgot the 8 balls up table. I just realised 8 balls over the corner. I'm wondering what the hell's he doing that for? I didn't even notice the 8 ball there. So Semi-Pro's get daylight. A 4-2 lead with the break. Well, something's gone in. And can he see enough of the 1 ball? I don't think he can. Oh, maybe he can. He can just bend it a wee bit if he needs to. I think he can get it clean though. No, he can't. Oh, I'd be. Oh, he's trying to run for cover. Well, there's just enough of that one ball to be cut. Oh, that 6 ball's going to bounce. It's going to bounce and block him, I think. Yeah. So just when Chimpy needed a roll of the ball there, he didn't get it. Tried to kick it in. And it could be that semi-pros beginning to pull away in this match. Oh, he's going to be dead straight. Aye. So this is a judgment of cue ball control here to get on the 5. Oh, he's played the big stun draw. And that's as good as any, so he can go onto the rail and back across with the 6 into the same pocket. And then far enough down the table, don't hook yourself behind the 8 and 9. Don't hook yourself behind the 8 and 9. Oh, he's going to have to bail out with a jump stick. And, well, he's got lucky as well. Look at that. He's left Chimpy absolutely nothing. Well, he's had his bit of bad luck with the scratches early on, semi-pro, but now he's getting the good luck at the right time here. He's got a good roll of the ball. And now Chimpy's chipped to 7, run around, clipped to 9, scratched the side, and it's definitely going to be 5-2. Sometimes you've just got to accept your fate. It ain't going to happen. I think that's the first result of the night through, and as expected, Spectre Dawn has gone through 7 racks to 3 against Simanx. I'll have a quick drink. Oh dear, well, no sooner have I said that than semi-pros hung a 9 ball. And I think there's a wee bit of evidence here that semi-pro's been putting in a fair bit of practice in the black ball table, and it's costing them in the 9-footer. Well, I think the 1 ball went into the side, 3 balls going in top, 2 balls over the left side, and this rack should be over. Chimpy should be back all square. He's just got to run around the table, avoid the traffic. In fact, this needs a big stun, I think. I don't think if he runs around the table, he's going to end up behind the 9 ball. Well, he could have done without hitting both of those balls, because this isn't frozen to the rail, but it needs a nice little chip. And now he needs to hope that the cue ball slows up, runs into the 8 ball or something. And, well, at least it's... I don't think he's got enough room to kick that in, has he? Can he get that enough just to chip the edge of the 4? Yes, he can. Plenty of room. And it's going to be the cut up the table. Cue ball's heading in the right direction. Across and out for the 6. Well, I just got finished saying that Chimpy should have been all square. And it's semi-pro that looks as if he's going to be opening up the gap again. So 5-3 lead, rack number 9. The break looks dry. And if Chimpy's got a shot, which I think he has, his immediate problem is just getting enough room to get to the 2 ball, which he's got plenty of room to get there. Three ball in the open, 4 ball into the side, and then the big test is from the 5 back up to this 6 ball. Now, ideally, he wants to be playing that 5 ball like that, where he can just draw it up the table this way to get to the 6. But now he might have an... Let's see what angles he's going to leave himself here. He wants to be able to just draw off this 5. That would make it a lot easier to have a shot in the 6. So I think the best thing to do would be to come back off the 4. And that's not bad. This needs one of these firm stun draws to come just up past the middle pocket. He's going to run into the 8 ball if he doesn't come far enough up. Well, he's gone forward. He's gone forward. Now, I think he's ended up too straight. Good evening to Spectre. Yeah, he didn't get into it at all. And all of a sudden it's gone pear-shaped rather rapidly. And again, he should have been all square. Tried the bank. Is he going to get lucky? Well, that's not bad. I mean, semi-pro's going to maybe try banging this and banging the 9 at the same time. He could maybe billiard that 9 ball along the rail. It's a tall order, but he's going to bank the 7 one way or another. Yeah, he tried to billiard onto the 9. How's his luck? Well, it's a shot now, and Chimpy really should be back within 1. Well, he's got it too thin. And there's the second result through. DJ Simon goes through comfortably against John Boo, 7 racks to 1. Now again, he can go forward and come back down. And another result through, and Bedhead's taking a hit there from Sergaresh. Sergaresh through 7 racks to 3. Forward with left English. The pace looks good. Is it going to slow up? No, it's gone to that awkward spot again. He's overcut it. Well, Chimpy's finally got his gift that he's been waiting on to get back within 1. If there's anybody watching from the UK, do me a favour, go on to Google and go into ITV4 and tell me what's happening in the snooker, please. That's a match I'm missing tonight to do this. Because if you don't do it for us, I'm going to have to do it myself, and I'm going to have the snooker running in the background so that I can see what's happening. Well, that's gone pretty dead. No shot there for semi-pro. What's he trying to do? Cheat the pocket? Yeah, that was asking a lot at that distance. So, Chimpy can see the 3 ball. He's maybe going to have to use the rail and chip the 3 in to come around and out. He didn't use the rail. He might be regretting that. He should have. So he's now going to have to jump this. Yeah, he should have used the rail when he was playing that 3 ball up there. He should have went to the rail so he could have got a better spin in that to come out. He actually drew out off the 3. He'd have been better to use the rail. And Cobra has taken care of Christian in the first round. 7 racks to 1. Meanwhile, semi-pro trying to get to the hill. He's going to have to dig out a cut. Should be fairly odds on to get this. Plenty of room. But he's hit it to the rail too soon again. And Chimpy lives again to square the match. It needs someone to be signed up to see it live. Alright, so you're not... yeah, you've got to just register on the ITV hub so that you can actually watch it. I mean, I'm registered on it so I can watch it, but I haven't got it running at the moment. And I've got nobody to tell me the bloody score. Right, hang on a minute, guys. I'll be back in a second. I can't suffer this. Well, that's good. I haven't missed anything because it's just about to start. He's just introducing the players right now, so that's good. So you can tell me if there's any problem with the stream, because I've got the snooker running in the background now. So we are 5 racks all in this first round match in Friday Night 9 Ball. Good evening to Vertical Liquid. And out comes Ronnie O'Sullivan. 4 frames all with Neil Robertson. First to 10 to get through to the semi-final. Well, this should be a good final session between these two. Yeah, you've got to be in quick for Friday Night 9 Ball. You're probably better off signing up for it tonight for next week. when it finishes or tomorrow. That way you're guaranteed to be in, because if you leave it too late, I mean, this was all full with 15 minutes to go. Play was interrupted at the snooker. How? What the hell happened here? Was there a streaker or something? Well, Chimpy has been chasing Semi-Pro's tail for most of this match. And now he's got the gilt edge opportunity to be one away from round 2. Well, there's a first mistake by Robertson. He's left a red on into the corner for Sullivan. At distance though. And meanwhile, Chimpy breaks off. Number 1 ball has gone in. He's on the 2. The 3's wide open. The table's wide open. And he should be home and dry. Oh, it didn't say why there was a delay. I think the match was supposed to start at 7:15. Or 7:30, but I think it's. I'm watching it on ITV4 on the hub, so I think it started on time. The ITV hub's like a couple of minutes slower than watching it live on the telly. That needs to bounce. So Sullivan potted that first red. He's in. He's got first chance here. And Chimpy not getting onto the 5. Well, he'll be glad that at least he hasn't left the 5 on. But Semi-Pro can try kicking it in, or he can go for distance here. Well, that's not bad. And I think Chimpy will just try and chip the edge of the 5, bring the cue ball back into the table. Just a feather edge on this 5 ball, nothing more. And that will do. So now Semi-Pro under pressure. And now, was that legal? We'll find out. Yes, it was. And he's going to have to play the cut of the bank. Go around behind the 7. He might run into the 7 here. He doesn't want that to happen. And he's avoided the 7. And we're going to go all the way, folks, in this first match tonight. Well, I think it is destined to go all the way with the amount of mistakes and scratches that have happened in this match. Things can only get better for these two. But it's now a final rack decider with Semi-Pro breaking off. First thing to do is to keep the cue ball on the table. Second thing is to pot a ball. And then the third thing is to have a shot. Well, he's done the first 2. He's had a clean break as far as not scratching, but it's came up dry that he's left it safe. Or a bank. And in goes the bank. And now they're all there. Well, I think he wants to make sure he comes back. Is he going to run up or is he going to... I think he should come back a couple inches here to get the right angle. See, he's the wrong angle in the 5. He needed to get into that a wee bit more so he could just be rolling the 5 in. The cue ball just wants to go away from the 6 ball at this angle. And now he's got a slight angle in the 6, so loads of top, loads of running, and he should be on the 7, no problem. And this match is over. Result through, VP Monster has beaten LS3 7 racks to 3. I think this is the last of the first round matches to complete. Now, he's dead straight, so just a draw. Back into the table. So Chimpy eventually goes through, but it was a bit of a weird match. Strange things happening. So Chimpy through, final rack decider. Now let's have a quick look and see how things are shaping up. We've got, in fact, no it isn't. We've got Silvia and Bankster still going at it. Silvia one away, she's 6-4 up. And she's also getting the 7 ball. But Cobra's lying in wait for the winner of that match. We've got DJ Simon just starting off with VP Monster in round 2. We've got the Chimpy and Semi-Pro match that should be updating any second. And Spectre Dawn, in fact, there's still a match going on. We've got Jez Dev and Travelling TT tied up at 4 racks all. So Spectre Dawn's champing at the bit to get to one of them. Sergresh waiting on this match. This is taking a while to update, by the way. This Chimpy and Semi-Pro. It's fine. Well, I had to refresh it to get it going. So, well, we'll go in and we'll have a look at the DJ Simon match with VP Monster. They're just lagging off to see who breaks. And player 1 in the HUD is DJ Simon. Now, that's a generous handicap. He's getting a 5 ball. And he's more than capable of making the use of that 5 ball. The 5 ball has gone in a break, so VP Monster has taken care of DJ Simon's extra money ball. The 2 ball also went, and the 6 ball has gone. And it's an awkward 1 ball to start off with. Well, he's played to pot the 1, but he hasn't really played to try and find a way to get good on the 3. It wasn't easy. I mean, it goes past the 9. And the danger with this, though, is if you wanted to let the cue ball run, the scratch is on into the other corner pocket. So it's not a great position to be in. Yeah, the 8 ball's blocking the 4. He's just trying to stay in the short side of the 4 to get the cut. So DJ Simon going to be off the mark. The yawning has started. It started early. Well, I think he's also got a shot in the 1-2 combo here. No, he's looking to play a safety, and he hasn't really. And he's also set up the combo with the 2, so that was a poor shot. I thought he'd have played the combo there, the 1 and the 2. He might regret not doing it. So, problem shot. How to get to the 5 from the 3. And he's finished up reasonably straight as well. Now he could try drawing down to the bottom end of the table and leaving the 5 into the side or up table. Well, I think he needs to go to a rail to get good on that 5, to be honest with you. I don't think it's ideal to be trying to draw directly down. Well, he is. He needs to stay low though. Well, he's got a shot. He might not be that good on this 7 ball if he doesn't move the cue ball. And he's going to be probably hitting this 9. Almost billiarded the 9 in as well. So, easy rack for Simon. Just pot the 5. And Silvia has eventually gone through against Baxter, 7-5. But that Jezdev match, I think, still going on. And that's 46 minutes into the tournament. So DJ Simon with an early 2-rack lead. Thin edge of the 1, or he can reverse bank the 1. Well, that was not the best of shots, it has to be said. He's looking for cover, but he hasn't got it. I think it'd have been better to go the left side of the 1 and come down the table rather than running it just around the corner, because he was always going to leave the 1 ball exposed unless he got cover behind one of these balls down the bottom of the table, which he didn't. Well, the best bet here for VP Monsters just to cut this 2 in and come across the table, hopefully with the 3 into the side or up the table. And he's tried to get there, but again he's left himself an awkward cut in the 3. And there's a strong chance he's going to run into this 5 ball as well. He might... is he playing the bank or is he playing the cut? I think he's playing the bank. Well, the best he would have had would have been a cut combo in the 5 and 6. But at least he's put DJ Simon's money ball in trouble. That's not easy to get to. But he's got room in the right hand side. He's went for the bank. Well, now VP Monster's got the problem. He's got too much angle in this 3 ball. He's maybe going to have to bite the bullet here and leave this 5-6 combo along the bottom rail. He's going to go between the 7 and 9. Well, that run into the 9 has done him a favour, because that's put him in as good a position as he could hope for to be able to play this combo. Now he needs to play it in such a way that the 5 doesn't squirt away too far, and it has done. Well, this is another possible gift for DJ Simon. if Monster doesn't get this 5 ball in or leaves it hanging. He's got to get the pace in the cut to get it travelling. And that's well done. Another tough one as well though. You've got to be fully committed with these shots. It needs a fair stun on this cue ball to get across the table and back out for the 8. And that was well played. That was excellent. Absolutely perfectly played. The pace was right, the line was right, the stun was good, and the line's perfect in the 8 ball to drop through for the 9 to get off the mark. Well, Robertson went for a pot there, but he's missed it and left the red on. O'Sullivan 34 points to 16 in front in the first frame of the evening session. And we're into rack number 4 in this second round match in Friday night 9 ball. The break is dry. Half a shot in the 1 ball for DJ Simon. And it's going to have to be a combo with the 2 and 4. Now this cue ball, when he plays this, is going to run towards the 6 and 7. It's missed them. And that's a nice little kiss to keep everything in play. Oh, he's avoided the scratch as he came out far enough. I think he just got there. So remember, DJ Simon only needs the 5 ball. And he's hung the 3 though. Well, an easy escape. The only thing that Monster has to make sure is that he doesn't hit this straight on, that he jumps and catches the rail so that he can get the cue ball out. So he's going to be playing this to the rail to catch the corner and the 3 ball at the same time, because he'll follow it in if he doesn't. Well, he's played it direct and managed to get the cue ball back into play. That was a bit risky, but another testy cut in the 5. Where's this cue ball going? Yeah, this is not pretty. He's got to play a shot to get on this 6 ball from here. Well, he's brought the tactics into it. He's played a reasonably good safety. I mean, there's barely enough room to try and jump over the edge of that 8 ball. So the reward is there for the safety for VP Monster. Ball in hand. And the table at his mercy to square the match. Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan looks as if he's going to win the first frame of the night. Yeah, he's got the first frame sewn up. Just the last red on the black ball cushion. Well, it'd have been better to try and get down for that 8 ball on the side, because this has gone awkward. Yeah, he's trying to pinch a bit there to get that cue ball to come off the side rail and back into line for the 9. But he's hung the 8 ball and he's got away with it. Not difficult to hit the 8. Now, it'd be ideally trying to hit the rail and then the 8 ball. This looks a reasonable line. It's not bad. Oh, he just didn't have the pace. That was a good effort. Everything but the pace to chip that 8 ball in there. Well, Bedhead has survived his first match in the one-loss side comfortably against Semi-Pro. 4 racks to 0. And Semi-Pro paying the price for that practice on the black ball table. He's been caught out tonight on the 9-footer. So we're back all square there, another result through, and finally that first round match is finished after 54 minutes between travelling TT and Jesdev. 7 racks to 4, Jesdev has gone through. I'm glad I wasn't watching that one. Well, I don't know whether that's what's catching out Simon, Semi-Pro. He's been putting all that practice and play time in this black ball table, and then he's come back to Friday night 9 ball and he's gone home early. But I think you're going to see a lot of people hitting the ball far too heavy in this black ball tournament. That's the first thing I've noticed, is that you've got to, it's going to take you a couple of racks to find your feet and find that pace, and it's a lot more careful and gentle than you think for a lot of shots. And you can get far too much action in that cue ball. You've really got to be a lot more delicate touch. And that's something that Stubb doesn't do. Stubb isn't one for delicate shots, but he's going to have to find that fairly quickly, because if he starts thumping at balls, he's going to run into trouble. As is everybody, you've got to wind it in a great deal on that little table. So the bank for VP Monster, the 9 ball cut into the side, and we'll be all square. And Ronnie O'Sullivan 5 frames to 4 up against Neil Robertson. And what looks to be a good break off by Robertson at the start of the next frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan nailed to the baulk cushion. Now, what happened there? VP Monsters broke off his scratch, ball in hand for Simon. So again, just the 2 to get on to the 3 somehow or other, so that he can drop through for the 4, which looks fairly straightforward from here. Now the question is whether he just drops through in the 4 for the long 5 back up the table, which looks as if it's what's going to be the sensible thing to do. Well, he's drawing back. He's got the pace right though. That'll do it. So it's a quick rack with ball in hand for DJ Simon. Oh, I thought that tied the match up. That ties the match up. It's 3 racks all. John Boot through against LS3 in the 1 loss side. 4 racks to 2. Simon with the 3 ball in the break. And he plays the push out. But again, Not a great push out because he's asking for trouble here. Well, that was always on the cards. And again, Simon's going to be in trouble. He's going to be locked up behind that 5-ball. Well, that's the strangest shot of the night there from VP Monster. Why the hell he didn't just nail Simon to the 5, I don't know. I don't know what the hell he was trying to do there with the 1 ball. Because where the cue ball's sitting, he had no shot in the 2 anyway. Well, let's have a quick look at this. Now, yeah, he's just going to play the pot. I was thinking he might fancy the billiard, but it looks too straight and not enough of the 9 ball to try and play the billiard. So he's going to have to try and do the run out. And a bit too much juice or not enough on it. I thought he might have been playing for the 2 on the side. Now he's in that no man's land territory. Well, he shouldn't have any problem potting his next ball because all he has to do is cut the 4 onto the 7. It's hanging over the pocket. But I think he's ended up in the worst place in the table. He can barely see any of the 4 ball, and the cue ball's only going to scratch unless he banks the 4. I mean, he could try cutting the 4 and bringing the cue ball towards the 7. That's what I think he's trying, and that's a good 2-way shot. He's unlucky, I think. Yeah, that's unlucky. I mean, he had the right idea. It's a 2-way shot there, but the unfortunate thing is he's left himself hooked behind the 6. Sullivan's in again in the next frame. Oh, he tried to get the break into the pack of reds there, and he's hit 1 red, and I think it's locked the cue ball onto another red, and I don't think he's got a shot. Looks like end of visit. Meanwhile, VP Monster looking to, well, not do this. I mean, that is awful. That's always going to be in the cards. You know, he ran around the corner. He didn't have to run around the corner. He could have stunned that hard and took that 8 ball out of the equation. Well, the 6 ball wiped its feet 3 times and then it's eventually dropped in. So this 8 ball straight across the table, back across into the table for the, well, he's played the draw, so 6.5 a dozen. He's got there anyway. Oh, what a shot there from Robertson. What a shot. Oh, that was some pot in that red ball by Neil Robertson there. Goodness me. And now he's nailed Ronnie O'Sullivan behind the yellow ball. Well, look at the danger ball. The 9 ball's hanging. It's just asking to be knocked in. Oh no, it's not. It's a cue ball. I'm too busy looking at the snooker. When I look back, I thought that was a 9 ball over the corner pocket. In fact, I need to put my chair up so I can see the snooker better. Hang on a minute. I'm sitting, my chair's too low. That's better. So, Monster with a 4-3 lead. This could be going all the way as well, this match. Good jump escape for VP Monster. Unfortunately though, he's going to have to do it again on the 3 ball. Plenty of room. Well, that 3 ball, I think, has just bounced to safety there. Because Simon can't get enough of it, but he's got a pretty good bank. Oh, he needs to get the pace in it though. Is it going to keep getting? It's getting there, but look at the cue ball. He's hooked himself behind the 7. Well, if he hits this, I don't know, I think he's got the angle to actually hit this right. I think the middle pocket's almost in the way here. Yeah, he took the line to try and catch an edge of that 4, but the line it was taking was always skimming behind it. So, a gift of an opportunity for VP Monster to open up the gap. And really his only test here is just getting an angle with the 6 ball to come down into the heart of the table. I think he's left himself straight. Yeah, he could have played that better. I mean, it was odds on he could have left himself an angle. He's managed to squeeze it around. And now the cue ball's running again off this 7. And things can go funny. And that's how things go funny. The first thing he should have done was to make sure he had the angle on the 6 to start with. So now Simon has a fairly easy out to tie it back up. And that's how you shoot yourself in the foot with what's an easy run out. By getting the first part of the deal wrong and not getting a good angle in the 6. Who's Abida? Is he in the tournament? I never saw that name. Is he in Friday Night 9 Ball? Oh, in the challenge room. I was wondering because the name didn't ring a bell. Well, I mean, do what I do whenever I meet anybody like that. I never play them again. There's plenty of people I've avoided over the years. As soon as you find out they're a numpty or an arsehole, you just avoid them. I've only ever played that Carlos Lindo guy once in a challenge room, and I think he won the first. I think he won the first couple of racks. It might have been the first 3 racks, and then I think I won the next 4. And then he disappeared, and that was it. I've never been near him again. He just bailed out because he started losing. Yeah, well, mental health issues is no excuse. He's still an arsehole. Doesn't matter how mental you are, you can still play with decent and respect when you're playing. Because you're slightly nuts is no excuse. So, as I've predicted, this may well go all the way. It won't if Simon can nail this 5 ball down the rail, but this is a toughie. Oh, that's well played. That's excellent. Nailed it perfect for a 5-4 lead. And it's come up dry again, I think. And what's more, VP Monster has the table And all the balls are there for him if he can pick his way out. The first shot's the toughest. Potting this one ball, avoiding traffic and trying to get up the table for the two. In fact, he's bit the bullet. He's decided to leave the bedhead cutting the two ball. And he should be on the three. Needs an angle of any description to get away from there. Now, is he going to just take his medicine and drop through and cut the four into the side? That's the simplest shot because he's guaranteed to be on the five. As long as he doesn't end up somewhere behind the seven. I think he can go forward and come out. I think he can make sure he's well away from the seven. Yeah. And Sergaresh has taken Chimpy out in the round 2 match. He's beaten Chimpy by 7 racks to 4. Meanwhile, VP Monster trying to square the match here. Avoid the 7, which he has done. And this looks an odds-on certainty. Just a soft draw, a stun in the 8 ball. Come back to the middle pocket. Well, he's gone inside the 8 ball, but that's still okay if he just stops it there. You'll leave a slightly higher cut than he would want. So we are back all square. Now, in frame number 10, Robertson's at the table. 22 points to 14 at the moment. And he's looking good to run up a score in this visit if he can get he needs to break out that little cluster of 3 reds. And there's 2 reds over on the left-hand side that are awkward. So he's got work to do to win the frame. But O'Sullivan won the first one of the night, so he's got a 5-4 lead at the moment. And VP Monster should be out, dare I say it. 7 balls at the right end of the table. Yeah, aye. Yeah, you do. See, as soon as I know that annoys somebody, that's exactly what I'm going to do with them. Every time. The first opportunity I have to nail somebody who gets annoyed at that sort of stuff, that's exactly what I'm going to do. This is one of these draggy draws and stuns. Now you see, VP Monster's chickened out there. He hasn't played it, but that was the sort of shot he needed to play. This is bedhead territory. But in it goes. And Monster on the hill with the break. Now, how's his luck? Doesn't look good. Where's the 7 ball going? It's run into the 4. The break is dry. DJ Simon, no shot in the 1, but if he can see enough in the 1. Well, it's... I was going to say reasonably safe, but Monster's going to go for the cut in this 1 ball. And he'd be unlucky not to have a shot in the 2. And that's well played. It needs to bounce though, the cue ball. It has done. And now he's got his chance to win the match. Just watching that shot that Neil Robertson's played. Look at the cue ball running off there. That's amazing. That cue ball's rolled 2 inches. He was playing a soft roll from one end of the table onto the red. And the cue ball's rolled like 2 inches to the left as we look at it. The red's right on the bottom cushion, on the black cushion, and the cue ball's right in baulk, and he's trying to roll right up to the red, and it rolled 2 inches to the left. And he's played the double kiss, which in the end's actually worked out perfect. And he's left Ronnie a shot to nothing, though, in a red. But VP Monster may well be taking care of DJ Simon here. And Travelling TT has beaten Simanx in a 1-loss side, 4 racks to 1. So this is a shot to win the match, really. Get down onto this 8 ball. And he's going behind the 9, that'll do. So it didn't go all the way. Right, so VP Monster marches on into round 3. He beats DJ Simon 7 racks to 5. Quick look and see where we are. Well, that'll update in a second or two, no doubt. But we've got Silvia against Cobra. And Cobra's 5-2 up. Silvia getting the 7 and out. DJ Simon match will update, which it has done. And Monster's waiting in the winner of that match. Further down, we've got Sergeresh waiting on the winner of Spectre Dawn and Jezdev. Spectre Dawn 4 racks to 3 up. Jezdev getting 5 and out. Now that's a danger. Let's go in and have a look at that. And Jezdev has got ball in hand. Excuse me, ball in hand. And he should be all square. Kill the cue ball, roll the 4 in. Well, he's the wrong side of the 4, but he can just roll this in and leave the 5 down into the corner pocket. And that'll do. So whatever Spectre Dawn did there, it's cost him. 5 and out. Is a big price to pay if you make one mistake at the wrong time. Jezdev breaks off in rack number 9. 1 ball has gone in, shot in the 2. Back across the table for the 3. 4 ball wide open. And the only question is whether he can get from the 4 to the 5. How good is he at getting shape? Well, he's played that all wrong for a start. And this is the type of chances you just don't want to be giving up to Spectre Dawn. So that was a great chance there for Jezdev. But players at the 1700 range, they go backward and forward from 1800 and back down to 1700 odd. And it's simply because they're doing the same things wrong all the time. And this is just an open invitation for Spectre Dawn to get some potting practice in to run this rack out. Nice angle off the 8 ball he wants once he pots the 6 and 7. Just to come back into the table. Doesn't want to be dead straight in the 8, wants any angle will do. Well, he's gone dead straight, so he's going to have to kill it and leave it long. Unless he starts running the cube. He's got a slight angle, but he's probably just going to leave this dead straight and long. Well, the inevitable happened. That good chance that Jezdev had there is gone. Cobra, meanwhile, has taken care of business with Silvia. by 7 racks to 3. Or 2, I should say. So Chimpy now has his opponent for round 3. And again, if Jesdev doesn't get this in or get this safe, he's losing the rack. Well, he's fluked to 2 ball, but he's hooked in the 1. So justice is done as far as semi-pro, not semi-pro. I was going to say Cobra, then I was going to say semi-pro. Spectre Dawn. Now, a little bit of right English in this and try and stun the 1 up the table and get over behind the 3 and 5. Or thin it in the left-hand side and come back down into this bottom right-hand corner. Well, he could have played that better. They're all interchangeable. I don't know what Larry's talking about. Somebody explain that to me. Oh, aye, that's because my brain's going, Larry. It's 20 past 8 at night. Remember, at this time of night, my brain starts on shutdown mode. This is where all the mistakes come in. Now, I presume the 7 ball goes past the 8. Well, it does if he's going that way, but it looks as if he's going to go the other way. Once is he going to just follow through? Yeah, let's have a quick look. Well, you've really got to get good in this for that to be going in comfortably. I mean, he can just go 2 rails here if he wants, or just go straight up. But he has to get the pace right so he's good on this 7. Didn't want to leave an awkward angle, because he can easily cut that 7 to the edge of the 8 and leave everything as a gift here for Jesdev just to pot a ball to win the rack. This is a wee bit tricky. Just wants to get to anywhere here will do. Well, he's gone the other way. I don't think I'd have been doing this. This is not inviting, but Spectre Dawn seen it a different way from me. But he's got there. And he's going to be 1 away with the break. And Chimpy battling through the 1 loss side. He beats John Boo 4 racks to 0. Well, there's a ball. There's a bank on the 1 ball. The 2 balls in play, I think. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it goes past the 6. So, what does he want to do? Delicate little cut. Got to be the bank. Yeah. I'm looking to see where the problem is here. Anything but dead straight in a 4. And that will do. So this match is over. As long as Spectre Dawn has the angle on the 6, which he should have. Well, he's left himself short in the 5. He's making tough work. Should have been a lot better in this 5 ball. But it's wiped its feet and gone in. And has he got the angle? Yes, he has. Just enough. Well, this match could have been a minefield for Spectre Dawn, but he's potted pretty much everything that he's seen. And that's where it kills the 5 and out handicap. If you don't give the other guy many opportunities. And that's what Spectre Dawn in the end has done. He's through by 7 racks to 4. Right, so time for another update because there's loads of results came in. Where have we got to now? We've got Cobra playing VP Monster at the moment. VP Monster's getting what looks to be like the 8 ball, I think. And Cobra's 1-0 up. Sergeresh just about to start with Spectre Dawn. Now, what's happening on the one loss side? Not a lot. We've got Bedhead 2-0 up against DJ Simon, but DJ Simon's getting 6 and out. And Travelling TT's playing Silvia. Let's have a quick look in this match. Because 6 and out is again a dangerous handicap to be given away for Bedhead. Because, well, okay, it's only a race to 4 and he's looking good for a 3-0 lead. And he hasn't gone too straight in the 5. He's got enough angle just to stun down this right hand side. Past the middle pocket. And that is perfect. Absolutely spot on where you want to be. Yeah, 6 and out is no good to you if you're not getting a shot. Well, here's DJ Simon. I think his first real opportunity. I'm guessing it is because it's a dry break from Bedhead. And everything is available for Simon to get himself off the mark. Now, he's got to avoid the 7 ball, which he should. He's got loads of room to avoid that. And he doesn't want to be scratching the cue ball or finishing in the knuckles here. Oh, he's lucky. Simple enough now, little roll through, roll in. See, he hasn't really rolled in far enough. I mean, he wanted to just roll through a wee bit more, but that's me being nitpicky, he's fine. And this is how quickly these matches can turn with a 6 and out if you can get in. And the dry break was Simon's opportunity, but what has he done in the next rack? He scratched the cue ball, and it's sayonara, hasta la vista. Ball in hand for Bedhead, and a 1-9 combo if he wants it, although he'll have to make it because it's not set. But he's just looking at where he's going to get the run out. And again, all the balls are there, so he just has to pick his way around the table. I mean, it's not a tall order to get this job done. When he pots this 2 ball, he'll have an angle on the 3 to cut the 3 and come back up the table, possibly past the middle pocket, and that way he's playing a natural shot from the 4 to the 5. He doesn't want to leave it the wrong side of the 4, so he's got to get high in the 4. And when I say high in the 4, he wants to be not wherever the hell those arrows are going. He wants to be... Why the hell's that still there? Right, he wants to be there on this 4 ball. He doesn't want to be there. And I don't know where the hell he's going that way, but that is not the shot. I mean, okay, he can still cut the 4, but no way in this earth should he have been there. And he's catching the point, and it's gone in though. Just caught a feather edge of that knuckle. Well, Bedhead always likes to make it difficult for himself. If he's not leaving himself a Bedhead cut, he's playing something totally unorthodox to get dodgy in the 4 ball. This looks a nice pace. And, well, he can go 2 rails here as well. Around the corner and out for the 8 ball. Nice firm stunt. And he's home and dry. This match is over. Well, there's still some big guns kicking around in this tournament. But Spectre Dawn, I think he's still in that winner's side. There's some big names trying to match. Well, there we go. Bedhead's hung the 9. This match ain't over yet, folks. Strange things happen. A gift for DJ Simon, and now he wants a ball and a shot. Good evening to Slim. Late to the party, and even if you turned up in time, you wouldn't have got into Friday night 9 ball. It was sold out 20 minutes before the tournament was due to start. But meanwhile, Simon's break has come up dry, and Bedhead's now twitching a bit because danger lurks here with this 6 and out. Now, Simon, is he going to go for the billiard? 1 onto the 9 with the cue ball. It looks good to me. Yeah, he had a go at it. Now he just needs to hope it stays safe. And it hasn't. It was a risky shot, but it was there for the taking. And Bedhead can redeem himself from that last rack disaster, hanging a 9 ball, gifting it to Simon. He's now got a wide open opportunity now to get the job done. And meanwhile, we're 5 frames all in the match between O'Sullivan and Robertson. Now, can he get out of there and avoid the 9? I don't know, I haven't been round to look. Let's have a look. Yeah, he can get around behind it, I think. And Robertson's in frame number 11. He's on a break. And again, Bedhead's finding ways to get himself in trouble. Well, I think it's all these people that have all been practicing the black ball table. They're finding it difficult to get back to the 9 ball. So Bedhead survives. He goes through by 4 racks to 2 against DJ Simon. All the locked challenge rooms, let's have a look at them all. Well, there's 4 locked challenge rooms. So there is. Meanwhile, quick look at the bracket. We've got Cobra, 2 racks all with VP Monsters, Sergeresh, 1 rack all with Spectre Dawn. Nothing going to be happening, I think, the one lost side until some results come through. But we've got Bankster, 1 rack all with Jezdev. But the match we're going to go into now is this round 3 match. I think it is a round 3 between Cobra and VP Monster. And VP Monster, player number 2 in the HUD, is getting the 8 ball. But he's not going to get it in this rack. You've got to remember, for any latecomers, I've been streaming since about 5:25 this afternoon, which was 5 minutes before that match with Silvia and Kristjan started at 5:30, so I've already been at it for 3 hours. Oh dear, this is terrible. I seriously have hit a brick wall here and going downhill very quickly. Try to stay awake. I definitely need a caffeine hit, so I do. I most certainly do. I need something to stave off this brain of mine telling me I should be in my bed. The only good thing about tonight is that, again, I've got a short shift tomorrow. I'm just working from 6 to 9:45 and then I'm home. And then I can do what I normally do. Get home, have a cup of coffee, something to eat, a snack or something, and then fall asleep in front of the telly, whatever's on. I usually end up watching one of those, something like the Saturday morning cookery shows. I have that on in the background because that's guaranteed to put me to sleep. And then I'll wake up and, suddenly somebody's doing some sort of recipe. And then when I wake up, the bloody thing's finished. So, Cobra with a 3-2 lead, looking to make it 4-2. Now, does this 4 ball go? Well, I think he's hung the 3. No, tell a lie, he's hung the 2, trying to get out for the 4. So, Monster having a look at this 4 ball. Now, it is really tight, but it does go, but you really, really got to get really good on it. And I think that's a tall order, especially with the 2 ball in the pocket. Oh, cue ball. Well, what does he do here? It doesn't cut up the table. So he's hoping for some cover here. He needs to get to a rail though. He hasn't got to a rail. That's a disaster. That is a help yourself, Cobra, to ball in hand. Well, that's what you don't want to do. You've got to get a ball to rail. Now, I'm having a quick look at the Ronnie O'Sullivan-Neil Robertson match. It looks as if Robertson... I need to put the score back up to see what's happening. Well, Robertson's at the table, certainly. I don't know what he's on to see the scores. Well, Robertson's got a very good lead. He's won this frame. He's going to be 6-5 up in a minute. He's 51 in front with 45 in the table, so O'Sullivan needs snookers and he won't be coming back to the table because Robertson's on his next red. This frame's over. And meanwhile, VP Monster is back at the table with a thin cut in the 9 to square the match up. So with me looking at the snooker, goodness knows what happened to Cobra. And Travelling TT has beaten Silvia by 4 racks to 2, and I'm getting the blame for Cobra falling apart. I wasn't even watching. Well, I think Monster had the amp on and the cue jacked up and all sorts happening there, because the cue ball bounced. It's bounced 3 times and got off the table, I think. Well, Neil Robertson was 4 frames to 1 behind this afternoon in the afternoon session in the snooker, which was 8 frames. He managed to get out of it with the last 3 frames of the afternoon to square the match, and now he's in the lead, I think, for the first time in the match. So that ball going off the table there for VP Monster gives Cobra his chance to address the situation from that last rack. Needs to punch this 3 in though to get the cue ball out. Leave that 5 tucked into the side pocket. Now, who there is still listening? Who's in the stream that's still listening? Right, well, you guys have heard me talking about my next door neighbour and having stuff for me to eat and things like that, because I've talked about her. I mean, this means nothing to you guys, because you know, I just tell you from time to time. She'll phone up and say, "I've got this. Do you want it?" Or I've made some homemade soup. Do you want some homemade soup? You've heard me mentioning that. Well, I got a phone call yesterday morning, and it was not good news, I'm afraid, because her husband passed away at 5 o'clock yesterday morning. I had got up for work yesterday morning at 4 o'clock, and when I looked out, you know, I'll come downstairs in the morning, had a quick look out to see what the weather was like, and I saw the white car, which is her son's car. He doesn't, you know, all the family have left home, and the son's car was outside the house at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking, that's unusual. And her man was, he wasn't wanting to go to hospital, and she phoned up the doctors, and I mean, all of this happened while I was getting breakfast. I didn't know anything was going on, and he had been ill for a little while. I saw him. When did I see him? Last week it was, and he got rushed into hospital, and then the next thing you know, he'd passed away. So she's now on her own, and of course she only gets about on that little scooter, because her hips have gone, and he used to nip around and get stuff, and she would go to the local store in her little scooter. But she phoned me yesterday morning when I got home from work. She said, "Did you not see the car?" And then of course she told me he'd passed away, and then we had this conversation on the phone, and I said, "Oh, you know, I don't know how to deal with these things myself." But she's lucky she's still got family. She's got 2 daughters and a son, and I think they've all been over to see her. but that was pretty much out the blue. It wasn't COVID. I asked her if it was COVID, but she's now a widow, I'm afraid. But that's the way things go. You think everyone's going along fine. Bang, out the blue. Well, that's cheered everybody up, but I thought I might as well tell you guys. Yeah, I always told her, I said, look, she's always, she was always throwing stuff out into the bin, that was a day past its sell-by date. I said, listen, I've got stuff in the fridge that's the best part of a week past its sell-by date, it still gets eaten. So, and she's made homemade soup and stuff, and it's like returning a favour. I've maybe got a text when I'm at work, can you bring me a newspaper home? I'll get her a newspaper and bring it home, stuff like that. But question is whether she's going to stay there now, because the house is this is a semi-detached house. So basically the two houses are identical when you go inside them. You've got a front bedroom, a back bedroom, the kitchen, and then, your living room. So she's basically in the same boat as me as far as the house. The house is not really too big for her. But the fact is now she's in a situation where she doesn't get about that well, and the bedrooms are up the stair. So she's probably going to be, I don't know whether the family will talk to her, but they'll have to convince her to get out of that house. She'll need to go into a bungalow, like a one-floor apartment, to make it easier to get about, because again, you've got to plan ahead. She's not going to get any better, put it that way. So I would think that her days are numbered. As long as her man was around, he could get things done for her, but now she's on her own. She's going to have to really contemplate getting out of there and getting into something that's more amenable in terms of getting around, which there is in the town. There are better places to be moving into, but these are the decisions you're forced into making decisions where you don't even contemplate things like that, and all of a sudden, bang, this happens, and now you've got to rethink what you're going to be doing in the future. That's how life is. Meanwhile, we've got Cobra at the table, 5-3 up. Around the corner or a stun onto the rail, but he's trying to get around the corner, and when you try and stun them in round the corner and you don't get them flush, you leave that 7-ball rattling. And Monster's got a chance to stay in the match. Well, all she's got now is her little Yorkshire Terrier, the little dog to keep her company. What's his name? He's named after either his whiskey or brandy. She's had a couple of these little Yorkies. One of them was called Brandy. I think that was the previous one. This one's called Whiskey, and that's all she's got for company now. Well, Cobra isn't happy with his performance tonight. He summed it up there in one sentence: I am shit tonight. Well, if Cobra misses a ball, he thinks he's shit tonight. Let's be honest. Now, why has Cobra got his jump cue out? Am I seeing things that I'm out of sync? Is that the 9 ball? I thought that was the cue ball. I'm too busy watching the snooker and watching back. Robertson is 6-5 up, and he's well in the next frame again. I think he's surging away from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's got reds all over the place here. He's going to clear the table in about a century. Well, Steve's... I mean, I'm going to be 58 in August, and I'm guessing Steve's knocking on 60 and 61, 62 at least. I mean, there's going to be a time where Virtual Pool 4 isn't going to be here, let's be honest. Unless he then, Steve's got to come to a decision at some point where he tries to sell it, if he's going to try and keep it alive. And the problem with doing that is that his fingers burn doing it. He's certainly got to be in his 60s now, Steve. I mean, definitely. But it's not as if he's going to leave it to anybody in the family that's going to look after it. I wouldn't think. I think he's the main man as far as all of that goes. I don't think he's got. I mean, he hasn't mentioned any plans like that, and you can ask him, Slim. But there's a day going to come when it ain't going to be here. And then we'll all have to move over to Shooter's Pool, if it's still here. And it's a case of make do with what there is. Oh aye, you can certainly be first to that one, Slim. I'm glad I never fell into that trap. So, Cobra, 5-4 lead at the table. A dodgy shot in the one, difficult to read. But he's played that well. And another dodgy shot in the two into the side. Now, I think he can get into the gap between the 9 and the 3. The question is can he find his way out? Or does he try and just drop right down below the 3? I think he has to hit this hard enough. He's trying to get out. Runs into the 6. He's landed okay though. He'll take that. Now, how does he deal with the 5? That's the question. Because that could be VP Monster's lifeline. Q Club. I mean, how old was this video you seen, by the way? Well, that's a cracking shot there by Cobra. That shot right there. Played the billiard off the 8 ball. You see, how many players would have thought and planned ahead with that shot? He's played the billiard off the 8 ball to pot the ball and to open up the 5 ball. I don't think there's a lot of players would have done that. I take it this is just some guy that's made a video saying here's the best pool games. This is a guy that plays Q Club, obviously. Yeah, it won't be because most of them can't play it. No, Shooter's Pool wouldn't be around. I mean, that's been around for what, 5 years at least now. Shooter's Pool. And it was in production a lot longer than that. Was this Q? I mean, the only Q Club I remember was a PC game. It was in a disc. This was years and years ago. Is it the same thing, or is this an online thing that's available? Because I've never seen it. Bankster goes through against Jesdev, 4 racks to 1. And meanwhile, shit as Cobra seems to think he is, he's on the hill. Nine ball, or is that the one ball going in? It's the one ball that's going in the break. He can cut the two down the rail. And he's heading the right direction if he avoids the six ball. Can he avoid that six ball? I don't think he can. He's going to have to... I think maybe... Can he skim off it? Yes, he's just managed to skim off it. Leave himself the cut. Well, Slim's made a valid point though. I mean, VP4 at some point is going to cease to be. It's going to stop. One way or another. We're not thinking in the morbid side, we're thinking in Steve deciding he's going to hang up his cue and retire. And probably head further down into Florida and have a retirement down there. That's where most American people go. They've got a few dollars put aside. They want the nice warm winters. So he's not that far away from it. So a little trip down the road and he's got his retirement bungalow sorted out. I think, I mean, the worst thing that can happen to a pool game is to ever end up with these. And of course, there's a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is it's unlikely that one of these big name companies would ever think about developing a pool game because there'd be nothing in it for them. And that's why they steer well clear of them. You've had various versions of pool games on consoles and stuff. They all die a death. So they do. So anyway, Cobra has gone through one way or another. 7 racks to 4. Chimpy moves over to the one loss side. Cobra's now into the hot seat match. And he's waiting on the winner of the Spectre Dawn Sergaresh match. Let's nip in and catch that because it's now final rack decider time. And Sergaresh is breaking for the match. And he's getting the 8 ball. And the worst thing that's happened is Sergaresh has come up dry and everything's on. And this match is over. Spectre Dawn plumbing the 1 ball, down for the 2. Needs a good positional shot for the 3, doesn't have to worry about the 4. This is the one that's going to decide it. If he can get good in the 3 off this 2, he should be home and dry. And he doesn't want to be going too far square in the 3. Well, he's made it tough. He just needs to make sure that the cue ball gets out into the table to see the 4 and be able to cut it. But he's got to deal with this 3 to start with. And this is ugly. He's got to hit this with pace to get a bounce. Yeah, he had to do that. And I think he might have got lucky, has he? Let's have a quick shifty. No, well, Sergaresh has to be careful because this is heading for a scratch. Maybe skim off the 8 ball. That cue ball's going close to that top left hand corner off this 3 ball. If he just runs it. Watch the cue ball. Well, I don't like the line that this is coming off this 3 ball. If he's playing it plain ball, well, he's stunned it, and that's well played. Now he doesn't want to hook himself behind the 6. And that will do. So, Sergeresh has pulled off a shot, avoided the scratch, played the stun to avoid it, went all out, and now he's just got it drop through onto the 7, I think. Or there or thereabouts. He certainly doesn't want to finish the wrong side of the 7. And again, he's trying to run around. He's maybe a wee bit short. Well, this time, he's bound to be hitting the 7 ball. Now he needs a lucky kiss here. If he's just going to plain ball cut this 6, he's hitting the 7. How's his luck? And he's caught the knuckle. And I'm afraid that's his chance come and gone. Well, it's not quite over yet. Spectre Dawn's got to go 2 rails, or he could just draw and stun to the top rail. Maybe he can't, looking at that. No, he's going a couple of rails. Avoided the scratch. And again, he's the wrong side of the 8. Well, what do you do here in this situation? You can play the cut in the 8 ball. You can play it with a bit of right English just to check it off the side rail. He's just going to... he's putting a bit of right on it now, just to check the cue ball and come back. And that'll do it. So Spectre Dawn survives a scare. But he's going to go through on the odd rack. Sergeresh moves across to that one lost side. And Spectre Dawn marches on. So now, what time are we at? We're at 9 o'clock, or just gone past 9. And we've now got the hot seat match between Cobra and Spectre Dawn. Quick look at the one lost side. We've got VP Monster waiting on the winner of the Bankster Chimpy match. Chimpy's 2 racks to 1 up. We've got Bedhead now just about to start playing Sergeresh. I won't be there, Stub. I'll be long gone by then. As soon as this is finished, I'm out the door and gone. Straight to bed. Aye. So the one lost side will take care of itself. But there's still a few matches to be played there. So we'll get right in and join the Cobra Spectre Dawn match. That's wrong because there's somebody still stuck in the bloody room. I'm into the monster match. Where are we? There we are. So Cobra is in. Spectre Dawn might be taking a bathroom break. I seem to have stopped yawning. I think I've recovered from that situation, but I don't think it will last too long. I'm just in 2 minds whether to go and get a coffee. You know what? I think I will. I think we'll let these 2 guys start off. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to get some caffeine in me. Well, the reason you couldn't hear me is because I went for a coffee. I told you guys, you weren't listening. But I'm now back. I've now got my caffeine injection ready to administer it. Meanwhile, Robertson and O'Sullivan are back from their mid-session interval. Robertson's got a 7-5 lead. Needs another 3 frames to go through. You should be hearing me loud and clear now, although I have to mute myself. No, I had to boil the kettle. And I had to see a man about a dog in between times as well. Anyway, where have we got to? We're 1 rack all, so I haven't missed a lot. And this is a hot seat match. See who gets through to tonight's final. Is that how we find you on Twitch, Cheeky? Just type in Cheeky Chico, it should find the channel. Because I want to watch that stub match when I go home tomorrow. I'm actually administering chocolate as well, so you have to excuse me. I not only need a caffeine hit, I need a sugar hit as well. Well, Chimpy survives again. Goes through against Bankster, 4 racks to 3. And now we've got a bit of tactics going on here. Well, an easy hit for Cobra. Now he's just going to roll to it dead weight. Because if he gets this wrong, he could leave the one on. Yeah, just try to lie on it. And I think that's... is that the second foul? I think that's the second foul, isn't it? Well, this time he'll definitely hit it if Spectre Dawn can't get it a tighter safety than this, because if he just goes to the side rail, yeah, it's much easier for Cobra to hit now. I don't think he can billiard the 7 in. I don't think he's got enough room. Yeah, trying to get in behind the 7. Well, Spectre Dawn can get in behind the 6 and nail him really tight this time. And that's a lot better. That's a much better shot, because look at what he's got to work with here. He's got absolutely nothing. I think he can kick to the rail, squeeze it past the 7, and if he needs a bit of English, he can use that to hit the 1. I think he's got a line to get to it. He's looking up and down the table. Well, I don't know whether he'd have been better just going across the table. Anyway, it's ball in hand for Spectre Dawn. Well, this is bedhead territory if ever you're going to see it. You've got to hit this with pace. Problem is, you're never going to be in the 7 ball. I think he's going for the bank. No, he's going for cover. Trying to get up behind that 8. The line looks good. The line looks good. No. Oh, that copy's lovely. What a difference that makes him. I feel as if I'm wide awake now. Couple of little injections of caffeine does the trick. Maybe lasts for like half an hour and then I'm gone again. And the sugar isn't doing any bad to me either. It's actually helping. Well, this needs to keep running to it straight. Well, I think Spectre Dawn, I don't think he could see enough of that to bank it. He's trying to get the thin edge. And he's hung it. And now where's the 9 finishing? And it's still in play. So, the impasse has now been broken. And Cobra should be 2-1 in front. Now, the latest news in the Ronnie O'Sullivan-Robertson match is it's 7-5 to Robertson, but O'Sullivan's at the table. And he's just starting a break. Well, this is dodgy. Got to jack up to get out of there. Yep, he's run into the 9, but he's okay. Well, Sergaresh has taken out Bedhead. That's one of the big guns gone. 4 racks to 2. I think that was a 9 that went in, so it gets respotted. And Cobra's not got an inviting shot in the 1 ball. Now, if he, I think he's playing the bank. Yeah, played it perfect. And this looks like Cobra's making his move. Because, again, they're all there. And he's pretty much guaranteed to be out unless some sort of disaster happens. Oh, that's like night and day. I mean, an hour ago I was dead and buried, but see now I feel great. I'll probably not sleep now when I go to bed. Watch this cue ball. Oh, just catches a knuckle. So, Cobra's going to have some daylight now. Spectre Dawn up against it. How's he going to respond? Well, first of all, he's got to get to the table. Pardon me. So, 3-1 lead to Cobra. Looking to capitalise on it, but that was a sort of dead break. Not a lot of movement in those balls. And of course it's dry. And now what's Spectre Dawn looking at? Is he looking at trying? I think it's a bit thick to try and. Excuse me now, get the hiccups. Yeah, I thought he was going to. Excuse me again. I think he was trying to play a billiard there, but. Oh, God, he'll get serious hiccups now. Well, he's got the cover. He's going to have to spin that to get the angle. And now Spectre Dawn has got his reward. Of course, all these balls all gathered at this end of the table. He's going to have to pick his way through these. Now, the 2-ball. This is the first problem because he's trying to get on the other side to get into that gap which he's got. And situations like this are where you have to be on top of that cue ball control to pick your way out here, because the next problem is going to be from the 6 to the 7. Now the chances are he's obviously going to leave. He's going to leave the high cut in the 7 if he pots the 6 into the side. Now if he leaves the high cut like we think he is, the chances are then he's going to have to go down and back up for the 8, unless he slow rolls it in and finishes somewhere up here for a cut in the 8. So we'll see how he goes about this, because that's the only thing that can be a problem here, is how he finds his way back down onto that 7 ball, or back down onto the 8 after he cuts the 7. I mean, he could go across and try and play a 7-8 combo, but that's unlikely. Now the angle he's got here, let's have a look. Well, he's going to have to check the cue ball right English to just hold it in line here when it hits the rail. Well, he's trying to get himself into place for the combo. He's not sitting good. And that all came about with the fact he ended up the wrong side of the 6. Had he been a better shot in the 6, he would have ended up playing the shot I was talking about, playing the cut in the 7 and running up and down the table. But now he's going to have to dig out the combo, and it was never easy, but he's got second prize. Now, can Cobra play the billiard a really thin edge of the 7 and chip that 8 ball in? It looks good to me. It looks pretty good. A thin edge on the 7, chip the 8, and he'll push the 7 to the right, so the chances are he's going to have the 7 up the table after he plays this shot. So it's a little edge of the 7, billiard onto the 8 and cut the 8 in. But the 7's gone to the rail, and he's going to have to dig out the bank. And that, I think he got that maybe thinner than he thought. Had it gone thicker, it would have went in a straighter line and he would have had it straight up the table. So now it's the bank, and that's not going in. And that was Cobra's chance, might have come and gone. Now he's got to cut this into the side and just let it run up and down, I think. Unless he wants to jack up and play the... No, he's going to leave the higher cut. Quite content to leave it there. But it's still a test. But does he ever miss those? So Spectre Dawn battling to get back onto level terms with Cobra with the break in rack number 6. And the 1 ball goes into the side, 2 ball in play, 3 ball in play, 9 ball hanging over the side. This is rack over. I mean, he's not gonna, I mean, if he finishes on that 4 ball and rolls through for the 5, he's just gonna roll the 5 onto the 9 anyway, so. But again, he could have played that better. I mean, this is immediately got ugly. Now, he's played the cut, but he's got to keep that cue ball in play. Oh, he's found a gap, nice. Nice little track of the cue ball. But he won't be playing the 5 onto the 9 here. He'll be just playing the 5 into the same pocket, I would think. So Spectre Dawn isn't going away. He's like a nasty smell. You can't get rid of it. Well, Chimpy has gone through on the 1 lost side. And he's taken out VP Monster 4 racks to 0. So, the hot seat match, we're all square. Rack number 7. And this, well, I think what went into the side? The 1 ball again. 2 ball is on. And a 3-9 combo if he wants it. That might be all he'll have because he's dead straight in the 2, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, I don't think he wants to risk trying to do anything here. Just roll through and get it as straight as he can in the 3, and it's an easy 3-9 combo. Well, that's not as straight as he can. He's left it short. But it could be a quick rack. Now, he just needs to play this gentle enough so that it's heading. Well, he's played it firm enough and it went straight in, never a doubt. So all of a sudden, from 3-1 down, Spectre Dawn gets a quick rack in the board and he's got himself in the lead. Well, this time, oh, another ball's gone, 3 balls gone as well. He's on the 1, and as long as he doesn't hook himself, if he can find himself in the gap between the 6 and 8 ball, he should be out. Well, over this distance, it's a close call, you know, races to 7. Where things are in doubt with Spectre Dawn is when it's the big 9 ball tournament and going the distance. Because he's still to go the distance in one of them yet. He's not been to a final yet. But he's coming on strong here. And not much Cobra can do about it because he can't get to the table. He's been frozen since he was 3-1 up. So it's going to be 4 in a row for Spectre Dawn. And of course, oh well, commentator's curse has done it there. He's taken his eye right off the ball. And he had a proper jab at that. And maybe the fatigue is setting in. Well, I've been at this for 4 hours now. I started at, let's say, 5:30. It's now 9:30. So I've been at it longer than any of these guys, and I've managed to get myself back awake, but suddenly Spectre Dawn has just fallen asleep on that 9 ball and let Cobra back into it. And Cobra now has got the break working. Couple of balls in the break. A testy first ball to go. The 1 ball. And if he can get on the 2 good, he'll be home with this rack. So this is the problem ball in the match, in this rack, sorry. Potting the 1 and getting on the 2. And he's done that part. So, where's he going to make the mistake? I mean, this is what, 2.5 hours of tournament. And fatigue does set in, concentration starts to wander slightly, and those little unforced errors just creep in. And Cobra, I think, was fearing the worst there. And all of a sudden he's been given the chance to come back to life. Spectre Dawn was kicking the stuffing out of him there for those last 4 racks. My coffee's just about consumed. 1 more gulp and it'll be gone. Well, I'll be glad he hit that firm because he could have ended up stuck behind the 9 there. No, I take it back. 2 more slurps. Right. The caffeine has now been administered. That was beautiful. I enjoyed that. I feel much better for that. Well, this is, again, got to be lots of running on it or a big draw. Well, again, he's played the stun draw, the control draw rather than the big heave-ho. Content to just leave it past that pocket with a nice cut. Now it's all about pace. Somewhere down past the middle pocket on the right side. And that's about as good as it will get. Now is Cobra going to surge ahead? Is he going to get a break in a shot? Or a ball in a shot, I should say. Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan won the last frame to get it back to 1 frame behind. But again, Robertson is in at the table. And he's already on 52. O'Sullivan's on 5. And there's plenty of reds there. This frame's over. So it's going to be 2 frame lead again for Robertson in about 5 minutes' time. And meanwhile, Cobra has broke off in rack number 10. He's got the 1 ball, the 5 ball, and a dodgy cut in the 2 to get him started, but he's guaranteed he should be on the 3. And he should be out if he does get it. So, that 1 mistake by Spectre Dawn, it might be a heavy price he's going to pay for it, because he might not get back to the table. And the hiccups have stopped as well. They've come and gone. So everything's good. Well, this is now, again, a bit more work to do. It's the wrong angle in this 6 ball to be working with. It just means you've got a lot more work to do with the cue ball. Now, he could stun this in and draw it back to the left. He needs to have, well, if he gets the kiss, it needs to work out good. He'll take it. He'll take it every day of the week. Well, no prizes for guessing here. It's a straightforward pot, run to the rail, back out and across. Leave yourself wide open in the 9. The further to the right you go, the easier the pot. He needs to get into it. That'll do. He would have liked it straighter than this, but you wouldn't expect him to miss it. So don't forget, Spectre Don's last mistake was that missing the 9 ball down the left rail. And he was looking at going into the lead. And suddenly, he sees Cobra on the hill. But Cobra, I think, has come up dry. Where's the cue ball went? Oh, cue ball's on the right. So the 1 ball is on. And the only problem ball I can see is that 4 ball. Because the 3 ball's up table. And there is a very narrow window to get on that 4. I mean, you've got to be here to get on the 4. You've no problem getting on the 5. Cue ball comes back out, you're on the 5. But the window to get on that 4 ball is just in that zone there. And that's got to be accurate to make that cut. So let's see how he does. In fact, he's not going to do much because he's dead in the 2. But whoever gets there has that problem to deal with. Now, it could be that if you don't get good on the 2, then what you certainly can do is stun the 4, send it around the table, up there, and lock the cue ball right behind the 6. So this might be a pivotal rack. It could be all over for Spectre Don. Or it could at least give him a chance to try and take this match all the way. So who's going to win the safety battle? Spectre Don is going to have to kick and get it safe, he hopes, and that isn't going to do it. But now Cobra has this situation to deal with. Now he's not going to do something crazy like try and run around and get into the 4, because that 5 ball's in the way. He's got to try and get into that small area. Yeah, he's trying to draw into them, and he's got it, and he's got a shot, although he's going to be hampered. So again, it's about seeing the problem and dealing with it if you have the opportunity, and Cobra's done that. And that could be the shot that's just won him the match. Oh dear, the commentator's curse has done it again. Hampered over the 4. And Spectre Don lives again. Well, what's going to happen next in this match? It was not easy to keep that online because you're looking over the 4. And he's been caught out. And Spectre Don has to avoid the 9 ball. If he runs right into that 9, he'll be dead in the 5. I think he can cut this thin enough. Yes, he can. He's avoided the scratch. Once again, he has to avoid the 9. Might not be quite as simple this time though. He wants to hit the left side of it at worst. Now, when I say that, if he hits the left side of it, he hits it too thick, he might just be dead on the 6. Let's see what happens. No, he's avoided it, that'll do it. But is he going to end up dead straight in the 6? Well, he's got a wee bit of angle to work with. He can punch through, or he can come back, but he's going to leave it really an awkward distance in the 7. He's going to go forward. And again, it needs a good shot. He might just leave the long cut. Well, it's bedhead cut again. And he's got to get the cue ball running. He might He might just hit this plain ball and just come down the left-hand side. Yep, but he needs to watch the scratch. He needs to watch the scratch. Oh, goodness me. Has he got a shot? Yes, he has. What a jam he get. Oh, he got out of jail. Big time. And Spectre Dawn with the break. One behind, needing a ball and a shot, and they've all broken nice, but none's got in. And the only saving grace, if it is, for Spectre Dawn, that it's not an easy starter for Cobra. But if he gets this and can get on that too, then you'd expect him to take care of business. But this first shot is the tester. I mean, does he go all out for it? Now, he should be running down behind the 5 ball and somewhere towards the 8 by the look of it. No, he's hit the knuckle. No, he's avoided it. And that was a good shot. I thought he was going to run into that knuckle there. Could have ended up behind the 5, but he's okay. But he's not under control here yet until he gets on that 3 ball, because then he has to get good on the 4. So that's the critical one. The 4 doesn't go past the 9. And Cobra's ran the 2 into the rail. And I think Cobra's got lucky this time. Or has he? There's just enough of an edge in the 2 and it will go. Good evening to Hog. Well, for some strange reason I'm getting excited here at this time of night. Well, Cobra, well, I was going to say, might have made his last mistake, but Spectre Dawn's run into the 8. I think he ran into the 8. And he's got no shot in the 3. Now, what does he do for cover? I mean, if he punches this around the angles, it's going to run into the 6. If he goes behind the 7, it looks as if it's going to run straight into the 6 one way or another. So he's trying to think of a way to get as much distance between the 2 of these, but then again he's looking at the cutting angle in the 3. And he's looking at the pot. Bear in mind the 4 doesn't go. Oh, what a shot. Now, how's his luck? You know what? He's on the 4. He can see enough of it. He can run it into the side. And he's going to be out. Oh, he can get the 4 ball every day. Well, Spectre Dawn is a hard man to beat in this tournament, as Cobra is finding out. He's not given an inch. It's a battle to the death this match, sorry. And meanwhile, Robertson is 8-6 up against O'Sullivan. And this match is going to the death. But whoever wins it, I would imagine, is going to get a little break. They can go and get their own cup of coffee, because the loser is heading over to that one loss side to deal with the problems over there. So here we go. Final rack decider. Spectre Dawn to break. Needing a ball and a shot. That's all he's asking. Well, I think that was the one that went into the side. A couple other balls have gone in. And he's got a thin cut in the 2. 3 ball is wide open. The 1, the 4 and the 5 have gone. And he doesn't fancy the thin cut in the 2. Maybe it looked more ugly from his side. But I'll tell you what, Cobra's going to go for the cut in the 2 here, because that's a poor one from Spectre Dawn. But can he get the cue ball away from that 8 ball? Yes, he's punched it out the way. And that may well be Spectre Dawn's last mistake. It was a poor safety. Right, see you later, Slim. Oh, that needs to hold up. And it has done. Oh, that's what he didn't want. He's run straight into the 9. Dead in the water. And now, well, he's not even got a bank on. Unless he tries to reverse bank it. But if you don't get them sweet, it ain't going into the second pocket. So I think he's just got to feather this. Try and come around to the other rail. Well, the only thing he's done is he's left a bank. And I don't think Spectre Dawn will refuse this. I think he'll be all out for it. Or is he trying to get behind the 9? I think he's thinking about coming behind the 9. Yep. He's looking for the edge. And just trying to get it to spin across behind the 9. Well, he's got it too thick for that. But at least he's got it covered. Because this is horrible for Cobra. Well, he's going to have to get really lucky to play a shot here where he's not leaving Spectre Dawn a sight in a 7 ball. Because you can only see that edge of it. And I think he's just had a good hit and hope here. Well, it's went topsy-turvy this match. It was going either way, but it's now looking that Spectre Dawn's going all the way again. He has to avoid the 9. So he's taking evasive action here. Because if he just goes forward, he's brushing the 9 out. If he hits it thin enough, he'll be on the 8 anyway. He might just brush through, but he's thinking about stunning past the 9. Yeah, he's just drawn back off the 7. He could have just brushed through, I think, and if he hit it thin enough, he would have skimmed the 9 and ended up the 8 up in the corner anyway, but he wasn't prepared to risk it. He was playing a shot that was certain to guarantee him a shot. Well, unless Spectre Dawn falls asleep in the middle of this shot, he's going to be through to another final. And Cobra, now his objective is revenge. So Spectre Dawn wins the battle by the odd rack, 7 racks to 6. And Cobra moves over to the 1 loss side. Well, that was a good match. It was good from the point of view of the things that happened in it. Right, so quick look at the bracket. We know that Spectre Dawn is lying in wait in the 1 loss, in the final, but in the 1 loss side, we have Cobra now waiting on the winner of the Chimpy Sergaresh match, and that's a final rack decider. Let's try and get in before the finish. And Chimpy is the wrong side of the 8 ball. He's going to have to let this cue ball run, and he has to get the pace. He wants to get into this area here. This area. Anywhere in that area. But if he goes too far, he's going to go square. He doesn't want to finish there. And that's a no-no. Well, these are always a test. Well, that's good from Cobra's point of view. He doesn't have to wait a while. And Chimpy has taken out Sergaresh. Sergaresh is in a good tournament. And Chimpy goes through in that odd rack as well. So, we are... What are we? We are 2 hours and 50 minutes into tonight's Friday Night 9 ball. And we've now got the semi-final between Cobra and Chimpy. Race to 4, and that will be getting underway in a second or two once the bracket updates. And I'll get myself straight in. and ready. Now Ronnie O'Sullivan's at the table, trailing by 2 frames, and he's tried to break out the last remaining reds, but it hasn't worked out for him. What's he on? Well, he's on a break of 63, so he might be able to thin cut this red in. Oh, yes. Is it going to go? Yes, it is. So Ronnie O'Sullivan is going to win this frame. He'll be back to 1 frame behind, and the 2 players are in. We're lagging off. We've got Chimpy at the bottom of the screen. That's him there. Cobra at the top. And it looks like Chimpy's won it. Yes, he has. So he's got the break. And also, Chimpy's got the 8 ball, which is still more than generous. Well, this is dry. It's dry, and the worst outcome for Chimpy as he's left Cobra straight in on the 1. And the only thing that can cause the big problem is that 5 ball, because that's the worst place in the table for the 5 ball to be sitting. Now, thinking ahead here, if Cobra could get out onto that fat 4 ball like that, he could pot the 4 and run into the 5 and just chip it out. But it's not so easy to do that considering where the 3 ball is. But he might be trying the same thing if he got the right side of the 4, and he hasn't. So he's just going to have to roll right up the table and get as straight as he can on this 5. But the danger is, let's have a look. Well, he's actually still slightly the wrong side of the 4. So whatever he has got, he's going to have a dodgy 5 ball. And that's about as good as he could expect from there. Now he just needs to be careful here. I just caught the knuckle. The 5 ball just held its line. So Neil Robertson 8, Ronnie O'Sullivan 7. I'm not going to see the end of that match either, because I'm going to have to head to bed anyway. Well, these are always the problem. The 9 ball looks so easy and accessible. It's amazing how you can get wrong on it, but if you can control the draw, and Cobra's almost done it. It's on ITV4 in the UK. This is to see who gets to the semi-final. It's a Players' Championship, but it's only the top 8 players that get in it. Every match is a race to 10. So it's played over 2 sessions each day. The afternoon session and the evening session. It finished 4-all this afternoon, and this is to see who gets to 10 tonight to get to the semi-final tomorrow. Well, you can probably find it in some of the streaming sites. I mean, if you look hard enough, you'll find it no problem. You won't be able to watch it because you're outside the UK on ITV4. No, it won't be on YouTube, but it's not streamed on YouTube. Oh, where's this cue ball going? As the yawning started again. My caffeine fix is draining quickly. And Chimpy's not made the cut. Just signs of wear and tear creeping in now. That was a testy little one in the 4-ball. You just cannot afford to do these things against players like Cobra or Spectre Dawn, because you're not going to get to see another ball in this rack. Because Cobra's got business to attend to. He's got revenge to deal with Spectre Dawn. That's the only thing in his mind. Yes, you're right, I'm muted again. I was finishing my coffee, I think it was, and I must have muted it. So I don't know how long I've been talking there. In fact, I was talking there and I was telling you about the couple of sites I use, Hog. If you Google VIP Sports, you'll find that's one of the streaming sites. If you Google Total Web Sports, you'll find it. And then you have to then look to see if you see a symbol for snooker, or if you see TV channels and you look for UK stations and look for ITV4, you'll find it there. And if not, you just look for snooker. It will usually be either under snooker or under other sports, and you should be able to find that match. So VIP Sports and Total, I think it's Total Web Sports. And then of course you have to watch all the pop-ups and close them down. Well, a good kick. How's his luck? It's not really that good. Now Cobra, I think, is going to hit this 9 ball. He doesn't want to hit it full in the face. I think if he hits it thin or on the left hand side of the 9 ball, as we look at it, it should go up table, the cue ball. No, he's played to come around. He's played the harder shot to actually come around and get the 6 ball up the table, and he's got lucky. What a jammy get he is. Killed the 5 ball, stone dead behind the 9. Now is Cobra taking on the bank. An all or nothing shot, you would think. If he doesn't get it, you would think Chimpy's expecting to have a shot in the 5. Well, he's not, because Cobra's nailed it straight away. Well, Chimpy's now at the point of road return. He might not get another shot if Cobra can get his break working. Well, the tournament's now gone past 3 hours. And we're not far off the revenge match. Three ball goes in. Oh, cue ball's locked behind the 5, but he's got enough room to jump and cut the 1. The question is can he keep the cue ball on the table when he plays this shot? Because these are dangerous. These are odds on to bounce off the table when you hit that 1 ball. And you'd think the cue ball's going up the table for at least some sort of sight in the 2. Oh, he's played it well, but he's run into the 2. But oh, now he's got a problem. Can he feather that 2 and avoid the scratch? I think he can. And then I think he's really just got to hope he can still see the 4 whenever this cue ball finishes. He can just feather the 2, but yeah, I don't think he likes it. Is he trying to just push it safe? Yeah. Now, what does Chimpy do? Does he go all out for the cut? The big he-fo? I think he is. No, I don't know what he's tried. He's obviously trying to get cover, and he's been reasonably successful. The only thing is, it's not difficult to hit, but you might have to play this with a bit of right. He's having to play it a bit of right so that when it hits the rail, it straightens it up to come back to the 2. Oh dear, he's fluked to 6. But Chimpy's relieved. He's left a 2 and he's left a bank though. Cobra all out for the bank. And he's never missing it. Well, this is a toughie. Tough not only the pot, but still got to think about where you're putting the cue ball to get a shot in the 5. Well, he's missed the 4 and he'd have had to jump the 7 anyway. So Chimpy has still got breath in him, but can he take advantage of it to at least stay in the match for another rack? Well, this needs to slow up or it's going to go too close. He's okay. But he's going to have to go through far enough here. He's going to be away from the 7, but he's going to have to keep running through far enough. He doesn't want to leave this in the middle of the table. He needs to get right across. Yeah, he's got the spin working. That was well played. The only other problem now is that the 8 ball doesn't go past the 9. So he's just got to come back down in the bottom half of the table somewhere. And it's a straight draw. And that'll do. So Chimpy lives on. And O'Sullivan's at the table. Robertson's got 37. O'Sullivan's on 18 and he's got all the reds available to him. So O'Sullivan trying to more or less clear the table to tie the match up at 8 frames all. Meanwhile, Chimpy's break's working for him. He's got a couple of balls. And I think... I thought that was the... Yeah, it's a 2 ball that's there, right? So he's going to try and just lock behind the 8 and 9 here. But he's got to watch the pace in the shot if he does that. He just needs to kill it. Oh, he's went for the bank. I thought he was going to go for the lock up there. How's his luck? Oh, it's pretty good. Although Cobra is going to play the jump. Now this is a dodgy one to judge because it's so close. Yeah. Well, Chimpy's got another bite at it. Just roll the 2 in and you're on the 3. I don't know whether you really need to draw off this. You just need to roll it in. Well, in it goes. And now, that's the other problem. He's on the rail, so he's limited by what he can do with the cue ball. And now he wants to be reasonably straight in this 7, so he's just rolling it in and getting the line on this 8 ball. So he wants to more or less kill it. No, he's rolling soft. That means he's just rolling further away from the 8, but he wants to be having a line where he's not running into the 9. That's the problem. If he'd got straighter, he'd have been able to run into this and just follow through. And that's not going to be great. I don't think he can avoid moving this 9. He could end up just pushing it stone dead in the top rail. But he's got the bounce. In fact, tell a lie, he only needed the 8 ball. I've forgotten. There's the first time tonight I forgot with the handicap. Well, Chimpy survives another rack. Oh, this time, no joy. And has he got lucky? I think. Let's have a look. Well, he'd have to play this slow and just bend it around that to try and pot that one. But I don't think he's prepared to risk that. Is he trying to bank it? No. Just trying to push it safe. Oh dear, it sneaked out. It has sneaked out. And it could be a 1. And if he can get on the 2 and pot the 3, it'll be a 4-9 combo to take it to a final rack. But he's dead straight on this. Played it well. And it's going to be the 4-9 combo. for the final rack decider. Well, Chimpy's battled. Now all he needs to do is make sure he comes out far enough. He doesn't want to be messing about with that 5 ball. He needs to get off the rail and out. And it should be pretty much a guarantee that he should be able to cut that 4 to the edge of the 9 there and just make the potting angle the 9. This is every day you get this shot. So here we are. Hill. Chimpy with the break. And Cobra. Is he going to get a shot? 2 ball thought about going in. 4 ball is definitely going in. And the 7 ball has just, I think, kept itself out of the way. And Chimpy can pot the 1 back into the table for the 2. And if he gets the right angle in the 2, somewhere like that, he can come back across for the 3 into the same pocket. So he's got to just watch the pace. And that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Pot the 2, back across for the 3 into the same pocket. And now I remember he only has to get to the 8 ball. It needs to keep going. And now he's just got to make sure that he's not going anywhere near the 6 ball. He's got plenty of room. So he doesn't want to be spinning to the right. He just wants to maybe check this a wee bit. Well, you see, that's not the shot. You know, that was always going to be in the cards, trying to run around the angles there. He should have checked it, stunned it and checked it to the rail to come out. He didn't risk it, and now he might pay the price. He's going to have to bank this. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he didn't think that shot was on, but he's recovered it with a bank. How's his position? Well, take that. That kiss of the 7. That's the best kiss of the day. So just the 6 ball. Plumbing the 7. Little soft draw off the 7. And Chimpy is going to stop Cobra's revenge match respected on. Because he's dead straight in the 8. And what a battle back from Chimpy. I think he got 3-0 down. Or at least 3-1 down. And so Chimpy has gone through by 4 racks to 3. And we've now got a final at 12 minutes past 10. Cobra says his cue stroke is very jabby tonight. Maybe it's jabby because he's been doing that black ball, because you do a lot of little jabby shots in black ball. But anyway, we have the final. Specterdon and Chimpy will get in. And meanwhile, O'Sullivan is just about to square the match. Well, I think Robertson's going, what is it, no, hang on a minute, 74-37, there's 1 red left in the table. Now, why can't I get in the room? This isn't looking good. I might have to kill the game and come back in. Something's gone amiss here. Well, Robertson's played a reasonably good snooker there. It's not difficult for O'Sullivan to hit. Right, I think my game is having problems joining this room. This is not looking good. Something's gone amiss. Oh, he's hit the black ball. Well, that's a disaster. That was a big target to hit that red. What is he? Robertson's 30 behind with 35 in the table. And the black's gone safe in the side rail, but the 6 balls and the pink ball's in play, so Robertson's now favourite to win the frame. And O'Sullivan had it at his mercy there. Robertson needed that snooker. He got the snooker. and he got the optimum from it because O'Sullivan hit the 8 ball. Right, I'm going to have to kill VP4. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, I'm in at last. That's weird. Well, that was strange. That took me 5 minutes to get into the room, it felt like. Anyway, Spectre Dawn's at the bottom of the screen. Final is a race to 9. And Chimpy has won the lag. And, well, Chimpy was getting the 8 ball against Cobra, but he's getting nothing in this match. It's a scratch match. 1 ball goes in, 3 ball goes in, 9 ball goes in, comes back up. And he's on the 2. Well, this would be a good start for Chimpy. Well, O'Sullivan must have won that frame there, and Robertson must have made a hash of it. He had a chance to clear the table to win the frame, but he's obviously made a mistake because we're now in the commercial break. I missed it. So I think the match is now all square, 8 frames each. Both of them needing 2 for victory. And meanwhile, Chimpy's got himself on the 4. That just needs to slow up because he's going to go square again. He's gone behind it. And he's going to be well away from the 6 ball. Good evening to Cobra. Well, Chimpy battled in that match. I noticed in the chat in the lobby you were saying you felt you were playing jabby. Do you think that's maybe the effects of the black ball practice with that snooker cue, remember? Because it's a different touch altogether in the black ball game to the 9 ball game. I think Semi-Pro was struggling as well. I think he's been spending a lot of time. Well, Chimpy's missed that by the country mile. Well, he's left a dead set bank for Spectre Dawn. Yeah, I think Semi-Pro was struggling a fair bit. Mixing and matching, that's the thing. It puts you off, especially if you've been spending quite a bit of time in the black ball table, and then you try and go back to 9 ball, the 9-foot table, and the different physics and the different touch you have to have in the ball. It's like night and day. Get ITV4 on, Cobra, if you haven't got it on, because this could be a good finish. There's now 8 frames all between O'Sullivan and Robertson. And they've just broke off in frame number 17. Robertson's got a red out in the open to have a go at. And he's just played the dump shot. Just banked the red back up the table, left the cue ball on the black cushion. And meanwhile, Chimpy's got his second life in this rack to get off the mark. You're going to be ahead of me because I'm watching it in ITV4 on the ITV hub. You're going to be ahead of me if you're watching it in the telly. The only problem is that I'm definitely not, unless there's 2 quick frames, I'm not going to see the end of that match. I missed the end of the match last night as well. When was it? The match with Luca Brissell last night. I missed that. I had to go to bed. I saw he won eventually. It was a good win for Luca Brissell. Just a pity that he can't get a shirt that fits him and a decent belt for his trousers, because you've more or less seen his arse half the time he's shooting. So Chimpy off to a good start. It might not last long though. So Chimpy doesn't get the benefit of any handicap in this match, so it's, you know, break, pot a ball, have a shot and run the table. That's the order of the day. You can't be making any unforced errors. No, I don't stack any shelves. I'm not a shelf stacker. Plus the fact I wear a decent pair of trousers and a belt, so you've got no chance of seeing my arse. Plus my my polo top is well tucked in. Oh, that's going to be no man's land. It's another testy one. Pressure on Spectre Dawn here. He doesn't want to be gifting chances for Chimpy. He's going to have to pull off a shot. Again, never a doubt. So immediate response from Spectre Dawn. And likewise as well, if Chimpy gets a chance from a dry break or something and he has a shot, he simply has to be running the table, because that's a chance gone if he doesn't. But he certainly won't be getting a chance in this rack either, because they have spread perfect. Every opportunity here just to pick your way right around the table. And the only problem ball really is the 5 ball and getting on it. That's the only problem. Because it's all about just judging the weight. If you leave it a wee bit short, it's far better than going too long. And that will do nicely. And Chimpy might be having a little sit down for a few more minutes before he gets another sight of a ball in this table. And O'Sullivan is in again, right at the start of the 17th frame. He's got a couple, 2 or 3 reds to pick off here before he has to get into the bunch. Oh, I thought that was going to rattle and stay up. Yeah, the black's dead on the black cushion, into it right in the middle. So he's going to have to work with the blue, unless he can get onto that pink into one of the middle pockets and bring out some reds. He's going to have to... So that's the one thing Ronnie O'Sullivan's usually probably the best in the game at, is developing a set of balls the way they are now. I mean, the pink's probably out the game. I can't see whether it goes into one of the middle pockets, but O'Sullivan will... I mean, the way the pink is, if he can get a red and get up for the blue and get the angle in the blue, he'll smack into that pink and burst the reds all over the shot. I think that's what he's trying to get back up the table, top side of the blue. Oh, he's going to be stuck to the cushion though. See, I'm probably 2 minutes behind you. He's digging down. No, he's just decided to pot the blue. I think it's because he was stuck to the cushion that he just decided to play and pick off another couple of reds. Oh, has he got on the black off this red? Well, that's a good shot. Meanwhile, Spectre Dawn is now 2-1 in front. But Chimpy has this opportunity that I'm talking about. He's got this chance to get going. And now, well, he's simply got to get the bottom half of the table. He's got to get the draw on this and try and maybe draw up past the 9 on the narrow side if he can. That might be the safest route. He needs to avoid running into it though while he's trying to stun it. I thought it was maybe easier to get to the open place and just run the 4 onto the 6, but he's just trying to nail the cue ball and he hasn't done it. And what's more, he's left enough room for Spectre Dawn to try the jump. And that was a poorly played shot there by Chimpy. Yeah, I'm looking at it now and the Sullivan's on 35. And the critical point in this frame is just about to happen. Once he's got one more red he can play for. And the angle he's got in the red, he's got to go back down for the blue. Well, he's played that a lot better. He's chipped a red out, but it's went to the side cushion. And I don't think there might be a red at the back of the bunch. See, it's awkward. I'm looking up at the monitor. Yeah, I think there's a red that goes. He's just trying to get on it. That's why Ronnie O'Sullivan's got 1,000 odd century breaks, because he's the best player in the world at picking his way around this table and nailing the cue ball. That's why he gets so annoyed when he doesn't. Well, Spectre Dawn now has given himself that breathing space. And that stacks the pressure on Chimpy to make the most of anything that he can get. How's that worked out? Well, he can't see the one to cut it, so he's going to nail the cue ball to the 5. And well, this is an easy hit for Chimpy. Just bank the cue ball up and down. Might even get lucky and pot the 1. And if he doesn't hit this too hard and the cue ball stays a straight line, he should at least be able to see the 2. Well, you see, he's hit it hard enough and he's came out into play and he can see the 2. Oh aye, this frame's all over now, yeah. Well, I might see the end of this match yet. Oh, good evening to Hairpig. Late to the party again. Or you've just been sitting quietly in the corner for the last 3 hours, or 3.5 hours. Now, he wants to be able to play this 6 without running into the 7, so he has to come back low enough. Well, he can avoid the 7, just a little controlled stunt. Well, I'm watching O'Sullivan, he's on 85 at the moment. Yeah, does everybody in the States not go and see their therapist on a Friday afternoon? They go and see their head shrink. Well, Chimpy, 2 balls in the break, shot in the 1. Everything in the open. Simply got to run the table. And he's failed in the first objective there. But he's got lucky. He's got a lucky break. And of course now, unless Spectre Dawn can hit this one and get it safe, you would think Chimpy's not going to throw away a second opportunity if he can get a shot in this one. And he's, well, it's gone square. So it's, whatever it is, it's testy. Now, I'm looking at the path. The path would be there, 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 and there. Somewhere in the middle of the table if he hits it hard enough. It's almost following the lines. And he's almost got there. Something along those lines anyway. Yeah, O'Sullivan into the lead. I think that match is going to go all the way as well. Well, dodgy cut. But in it goes. Oh, what's happened? Oh, nice little kiss in the 7. Well, this is done and dusted, this rack. It's all over. Well, the only thing you can do here is end up funny behind a 9-ball or something daft like that. Well, we've got, what do you call him that does the... Michael Buffer. We've got Michael Buffer doing commercials for Betfred, who are the gambling company. We've just got him doing a Betfred casino commercial over here at the moment. I wonder how much he's getting paid for that. I bet he's getting a fair few bucks for that. And it's only like a 30-second commercial. I bet he's getting, what, $500,000, something like that. I'd love to know how much they paid him to make that commercial. Plus whatever the hell he's making in commercials in the States. The guy's a bloody multiple millionaire. Yeah. Well, you do know that they were going to get Robert De Niro to do that famous call. But whenever he did it, all you heard was, "Let's get ready to mumble." I'll laugh. Nobody else will laugh, but I'll laugh. Oh, that's going to scratch. Little chip off the 6. And Spectre Dawn has ball in hand, but I don't think he's got a shot. It's going to have to be a 3-ball combo to get him started. And now a 2-ball combo. I mean, what did Michael, I wonder what, I've never seen anything about his career. I've never read a biography of him online or anything like that, but what did he do before he ended up doing, you know, the announcements and stuff? He obviously, I mean, we don't see him over here other than the big fights. You know, that's the only time we ever see him. So he's obviously doing other sports as well over in the States. He doesn't just do the boxing. I've seen him do other things, but I wonder what he did before he decided to get into that game. He looks to me that he could have been a mannequin in a shop window. Seriously, he had a career as a neurosurgeon. What, and he wasn't making enough money doing that? Good God, you make a fortune doing that in the States. No, not seriously. I thought you were serious. So basically, what you're saying is he was a bricklayer until he decided to do that. You don't know where he came. Well, I don't know where he came from, but that's no excuse. I thought you'd have known all his bio, and you were going to enlighten me with all his background. Well, I'm gonna have to go into Google tomorrow if I remember. See if we can find out a bit more about his history. But anyway, that's what he's doing now. He's doing commercials over here and getting paid a bloody arm and a leg for it to keep his good suntan. I wonder when he's going to start dyeing his hair. He's getting an awful lot of grey hair. He's going to appear in the boxing ring, and he's going to have a mousy look to his hair. Well, Spectre Dawn is building up the lead, and even at this point in this match, Chimpy's at no miss situation. If he gets a chance, no miss. He enlisted in the United States Army during the Vietnam War at the age of 20 and served until 23. He held various jobs, including a car salesman. Oh, he's definitely got the patter for a car salesman. Then began a modelling career. Yeah, I thought he would be a mannequin in a shop window. I told you that. Before becoming a ring announcer at 38. Yeah, a car salesman. You just know that he'd be able to rip you off for a few grand trying to sell you a car. I mean, he's got the gift of the gab for that job. And of course, when he was younger, he obviously had the well chiseled features to be a model. Yeah. I wonder, he must stay. He's got to probably live in Beverly Hills or something like that. He's got to have one of these big mansions. Bound to have one of them. I mean, you're nothing if you're anybody if you've got a few $1,000,000 in the bank and you don't have a big mansion in Beverly Hills. So, in the blink of an eye, it's 6-2. 4 balls locked up. 2 ball is a bank. I mean, he could actually smack this 2 ball. I mean, if he wants to be aggressive, he could smack the 2 ball into the rail and get it in off the 5 and break those open. But Spectre Dawn wasn't thinking about that. But I think Chimpy, if he's going to get back into this, should be thinking along the same lines. Smack it into the 5, break them out, and get that problem out of the way. Net worth 400 million, I can believe that. Well, I think he tried that. He didn't quite get it right, but at least the 2 ball's gone reasonably safe. Although it is a reverse bank. But the problem now is the 4 ball is in play. Now it's an easy safety. Chip the 2 onto the 6 and try and run for cover down in the corner here. Well, Spectre Dawn has given Chimpy the bait. The bank is available. An all or nothing shot if he takes it on. And Robertson at the table. Oh, now this needs to get cover. It needs to get cover. Oh, and it's just crept out. And Spectre Dawn could see enough of the 2 to pot it. Oh, it just crept in. Well, there is enough room to squeeze that 4 past the 8. It's very, very tight though. Yeah, that's why I tried to get in the narrow side of it. Did everything but pot the 3. But Chimpy's now got the same problem. The problem is he's a big distance from the 3 ball and a big distance to get anywhere near the 4. Now that 4 will go though. And it certainly won't go now. Now how does he play a half decent safety here? He needs to try and get cover on this 4 ball. Because we've got a 5-8 combo dead set there pretty much. Oh, he's overjuiced that. He get too much into it. And the only good thing is he's knocked the 8 ball safe against the 5, so it's no combo. Now, Spectre Dawn pots the 4 and just takes his medicine. He's got an easy safety off the 5 ball. But he's decided against potting the 4. Let's have a look. What's he got? Well, he could have a go at potting the 4. And I don't know whether he can make the line to try and get down and chip into this 8 and 5. If he cuts that 4, he might have to check the cue ball up, but he's not taking the risk. Well, again, the 5 ball still blocked on this side, but we know it goes into the other pocket. So it's whoever makes the first mistake with this 4 ball and can find a way down onto that 5. It's not easy. I don't. Does it say? That's the other thing I meant to ask. Is he married? Has he got any family? Probably been divorced 3 times. Well, all out for the jump in the bank. The 4 ball tried its best, but it's a glimmer of hope for Chimpy. But even this shot's tough. 4 ball just on that lip of the corner of the pocket there, and trying to get the cue ball back in play. Difficult to judge this. Oh, he's played that well. He's nailed that pretty good. The only thing is he's fairly straight in this 5. I don't think there's an awful lot he can do here. Oh, he's trying to force it, and that's an excellent shot. Oh, the only worst outcome is I think he's gone fairly straight in the 6 as well. Oh, he's going to have to just take his medicine and leave the big cut on this 8 ball, and then up and down for the 9. I don't think he should be trying anything too ambitious here. I mean, that 8 ball's well off the cushion, and he's got plenty of room to get to it, so it's up and down, and then just hope you get a good line, but not towards the 9. Anywhere left or right away from the 9 will do. Well, this is looking a reasonable pace, but as I say, it's coming to that line directly towards it, and it's dead. It's absolutely stone dead. Now, how do you keep this safe? I think you just amp it up and give it a bang and hope for the best. And it ain't happening. And that was the only problem with that shot. Whenever you're trying to play a thin cut and go up and down the table, whenever that ball was like that over the pocket, you must do something with the cue ball, whether it be a little bit of left or right. It makes the shot more difficult. But when the cue ball comes off the rail, it either has to go that way or it has to go that way. But when it goes that way and the 9 ball is there, you're asking for trouble. So you always have to make sure you're taking evasive action to put the cue ball on a line that doesn't take it directly towards that object ball, because when it does, it can end up like it did there for Chimpy. And it's now 7-2. Now, quick reminder to anybody who's still awake or anybody that's a latecomer, we had a match earlier tonight when this stream started at 5:30 British summer time. And that was a match between Silvia from Germany and Christian from wherever the hell it was. Is it Estonia? I think it was. And it was a slow start, a bit of a careless start, messy start from Silvia, but to cut a long story short, she came good in the end and won fairly comfortably. I think it was, what, 13-8 or something like that. And we've also got a match tomorrow night at 8, I think it's 8 PM. I can't remember who the other player is, but I know Cheeky Chico's one of them. Somebody will remind me because I can't be bothered looking. But and there's also the stub match that Cheeky Chico's going to be streaming. He's going to be doing that on Twitch. It's at 2 AM our time over here, so needless to say, I ain't going to be seeing that until provided Cheeky Chico actually streams it and I can find him on Twitch. I'll be able to watch that when I go home tomorrow. And there's other matches on the bracket for Sunday as well, but you know how to find the bracket, so you can go check them up. Well, it's an inevitable march to victory here for Spectre Dawn. But you've got to be putting in the table time that Spectre Dawn manages to put in. But it's not over till it's over. I would never do that. What did he do there? Did he? I missed that. I was glancing at the snooker there. Did he deliberately just push the cue ball into the hole and give Spectre Dawn ball in hand? Somebody tell me that's what he did. I would never do that. Never would I ever do that when there's still a match to be won. I would play to the bitter end. Right, Robertson's at the table now. He looks as if he's on a roll. What's he on? 21. Oh, the table's ugly though. Red's all down the left-hand side. Yeah, he definitely is too god at the moment. I'll take that as a typo. He's bloody hard to beat. He doesn't give you much. Well, Robertson looking to try and take that match all the way. I won't be able to see it though. It's not going quick enough for me to see the end of it, and I ain't staying up. As soon as this is done, I'm gone, folks. That's 10 to 11. Well past my bedtime. 5 ball comfortably goes past the 6. Yeah, but he's going to need those reds in the left-hand cushion. There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 reds over on the left-hand side there as we look. And there's two in the black rail, so he's got a fair bit of work to do to get to snookers required. But then again, Ronnie O'Sullivan's got an awful lot of work to do, even if he got back to the table the way all those reds are sitting. So it's odds on it's going to go all the way, I would say. So well done to Spectre Dawn, unless he's just done that and got himself right hooked, corner hooked on the 9, I think. Let's have a look, has he? Oh no, maybe not. I think he can just get there. He doesn't think he can. Maybe my eyes have gone. Yeah, he couldn't get there. So Chimpy survives another rack, unless he just knocks this in and gives him ball in hand. And he's knocked it safe. Up and down for the kick in. Well, I'm surprised Spectre Dawn didn't go up and down the table to kick that in. Pardon me. Yeah, it's a long haul Friday night 9 ball, especially when you get 2 guys earlier on taking 55 minutes to finish a match. That's what holds the tournament up. But anyway, Spectre Dawn has gone through. Well done to Chimpy for battling all the way to get there. But you should always hang in there to the bitter end. So another Friday night 9 ball for Spectre Dawn. And that is it, guys. Thanks all for watching. Take care, stay safe. I am off to bed because I'm up in about 4 hours' time. And I'll see you tomorrow night if you're there for one of the matches that's on. And I think it's Cheeky Chico again, but I've forgotten. But don't forget, if you want to see the stump match, Cheeky Chico says he's going to stream it. So you're going to have to look for his channel on Twitch if you want to see the match. I don't know whether he'll do commentary or whether he's just going to have it sitting there looking at the table. I don't know. But anyway, good luck with that. And I'll see you all again soon. Take care and good night.